On the web.
So
Just
we
can
meet.
do like these.
So we come, we talk, we collaborate. We do what we can, and we try to get more sisters to do
But-
to join.
We try to join. It's hard because we have Diversitron and Edititron and Femnetzcon and Wikicon, and in Wikicon it's the German-speaking community.
Good morning.
What do you prefer to do?
Both. Some
can
people,
smile with the-
so every 20 minutes,
Yes.
there's a new speaker. So some will prefer here,
Yeah.
and some will prefer this.
It's okay. Just I can say sometimes the speaker look
Okay.
when you speak,
Yeah.
yes, and they are looking for the people. So when you turn
To
your
look?
face,
Oh, you.
I don't have the sound in this mic. So
Oh.
if
If you speak like this.
if the speaker wants to move, it's better if he uses this. Because if he move here,
Can't hear them. Okay. I will tell them.
it's better for the stream
Yeah,
if
yeah,
I have
yeah.
the sound for all the
Understood.
time. But you can use the both. But in case of, it's better with
I will
this or it's better with this.
Let's make.
I have explained to you that it's better.
Okay.
Sorry, my English not good.
Okay. Merci. Come pick your
Hey, you need to.
Okay, shall we start?
Hello, hello, hello. Please find your seats. Do you have the clicker? Oh, is this the clicker?
Yeah. You'll do the clicker?
Hello, hello, hello. Have you found your seats yet?
Bonjour. How do you say it? Is it bonjour?
Bonjour.
Bonjour. Are we saying it right?
And welcome. How do you say welcome?
Yeah.
Ah, bienvenue.
So, welcome to Wiki Women Summit. Good morning to each and every one of us. I hope that you have rested, and since we can see bright smiles on your faces, we're so excited for this year's leg of the Wiki Women Summit. So, 2026 is the third year, right, Rosie? Oh, fourth. Sorry. I lost my count. Fourth year of staging the Wiki Women Summit. And we are also excited because every year the number of Wiki Women attendees joining the Wiki Women Summit keeps increasing. So now for the housekeeping, I give the microphone to Rosie.
So we have quite a few things to go over for housekeeping. Let's start. Introductions. If you are a member of the Wiki Women Summit 2026 COT, please stand up and stay standing. If you are one of the Wikimedia Foundation staff members supporting us, please stand up and stay standing. If you are a room manager, if you are a session coordinator, if you are a moderator, a panelist, a speaker, please stand up. If you are a room assistant, one of the designers, please stand up. And now, if you are anyone else in this room, stand up.
Please stand up. Yay!
Because this is a collaborative effort. You can sit now if you wish. There are a lot of us who were needed to get this started. When did we start? When was our first meeting with Adelaide?
It was during Wikimania in Nairobi.
12 months ago.
Yes, 12 months ago.
So you can see we've been planning this for a long time. Starting in February, we had weekly meetings. Starting about a month ago, twice weekly meetings. And now here we are. I've said this is collaborative. This will only work if we all participate. Some of us are more shy than others. Leave that outside the room. In here is a safe space. We need your voice, or this doesn't work. Okay. Safe space. So we have a safe space volunteer. It is Vicky. Vicky, go ahead and stand up so they know who you are. If you encounter some kind of safe space issue, please find Vicky. She's here all day, and she'll then do the needful. Hopefully no issues, but you never know. If you fall down and you injure your knee or something, that's still safe space. Photos. If you do not want your photo taken, can you stand up? Go to the registration desk and ask for the red lanyard. You can do that on the break. And if someone's wearing a red lanyard, please honor that. Don't take their photo. Speak slowly, because we have live language interpretation in 4 languages. And now, for a demonstration of the live language interpretation, we have a demonstrator of the live language interpretation.
Okay, so if you need any interpretation, we have the headsets and the devices down here. So we've got French, Spanish, and Arabic. What you'll do is you'll come and you'll take one of these devices and a headset. You press, there's an on button just at the side. And then once it's switched on, you can use this to select your language channel. So there will be the French, the Spanish, and the Arabic options. Once you have found your channel, you press OK, and then you just listen to it. There's some volume if you want it louder or quieter, and that's it. Once you have decided if you want interpretation, please speak to Natasha to get your name written down, and at the end, return the headset and the device. Thank you.
Otherwise, I will pursue you for all. Wikimania.
Yes.
The devices do not work in another room.
All right. Restrooms. Outside the door, that away, restrooms. Swag. Oh, yes, we have swag. So in the tradition of we are in Paris, and we decided a year ago that we would go along with Paris being the quote-unquote fashion capital of the world, we have these things that are being called cravats or handkerchiefs, or I don't know what to call them, but there's 300 of them back there. Please pick one for yourself and tie it around your backpack, your purse, your neck, your wrist, whatever pleases you. We have a Telegram group to communicate today, all through Wikimania, and after you get home, when you have questions about, I loved that presentation, how do I contact that person? Go through the Telegram group. Here's the Telegram group. We have a category for our photos. Please take a jillion. A jillion is a million trillions. Take a jillion photos. We have to become good at documenting ourselves and what we do. Not even thinking just for ourselves today, tomorrow, a year, and 10 years from now. My granddaughter will someday be doing a PhD dissertation, I hope, and maybe it will be on Wiki Women. She needs your photos, okay? So if you are lucky enough to have someday a granddaughter, she will need those photos. Please, lots of photos, upload them to the Wiki Women Summit 2026 category. I think that's the link. Otherwise, search and find. Schedule. There you go. If you forget, go to Meta and type Wiki Women Summit. It will have a link to Wiki Women Summit 2023, 24, 25, and Le Voilà 2026. The 2026 one has the schedule, but there is the QR code. We heard you. The last 3 years, you told us, we come to Wiki Women Summit to participate, please. Not so much lectures, someone standing up there and blah, blah, blah. The last 3 years, this is a magnificent thing I did, because it is magnificent. But people in this room wanted to participate. So that's what we're doing. Every 20 minutes, a new session. Every session has Q&A, or the session is a small group discussion. Whoops. So you're sitting here thinking, this looks like auditorium seating. Well, guess what? This is not what we asked for. But 10 days ago, the contractors who put chairs and tables in rooms told the cot that this room would accommodate far fewer people if they put round tables. So they decided no round tables. We learned yesterday afternoon, no round tables, instead lots of chairs. I've been told we can rearrange the chairs, but to wait till after tea break. So at tea break, you're welcome to get up, remove those plastic things that are tying the chairs together. I think they pop off easily, or at least Natasha popped it off easily, and move these chairs in the way that it works for you. Small circles, oval shape, I don't care. You decide. I'm done with making decisions. You decide. But this is not how it is meant to be. This is not an auditorium-style Wiki Women's Summit. And then last but not least, we need not only your photos, we need your words. There are big pieces of paper in the back. We have lots more of them. We have a bunch of stickies and pens, or maybe you have a pen. Write your notes, stick them up on those boards. Write plainly so we can read once we leave here what you wrote, but we need your words. We need to know what you said. You don't have to sign it or sign it if you wish, but we need to know what's on your mind. And with that,
Rosie, I need to inform everyone of the password. The passwords are there if you haven't connected yet. And there's a missing link in the slide, which is the registration link or the event page. So I would we would recommend everyone to please go to the Wiki Women Summit page and click register for this. Yes, on Meta. That way we can still continue the discussion even after the Wiki Women Summit. Yeah, thank you.
wonderful. Is Laliv in the room? Laliv was going to do the icebreaker. Is she in the room? Maybe she's trying to check in. I guess that means we're going to move to the next session, and maybe we'll come back to it. The keynote. Every year we've had a keynote, and this year you and I are so lucky that it is Emmeline Brule. Emmeline, I will let you describe yourself, announce yourself. You have the floor. Emmeline, I saw you a minute ago, but I don't see you now. I will check. She was here. Emmeline! Emmeline! Emmeline!
And I'm at 10:10, right?
That's but
Oh, is it mine?
still checking in. She hasn't arrived.
Okay. Oh, so we're skipping ahead. All right.
And point it to them, and they will flip the slides.
Okay. Well, I'm really sorry. I was like, oh, I'm going to go get coffee before it's my time at 10:10. So no coffee for me. And do I get my presenter's note? Rosie? Is there a computer where I can see my presenter's note, or do I go without presenter's notes? Is there a computer for presenter's notes that were in the slides?
Did you upload the slide? Yes. Oh, you can use the clicker. Yeah.
Yeah, but I had my notes on the slides. Oh, yeah, oh yes, perfect. Thank you so much. I thought there would be like a computer here. It's the very first one. So I didn't get. No, just the notes. I think. Thank you so much. I'm good. It's I just see them here. Oh, perfect. All right, so after just a little bit of a rocky start, good morning, everyone. I hope you had a very nice trip to the venue. All right, here we go. To the venue this morning. I had a very crowded subway to get here. Et bonjour et merci de vous joindre à nous aujourd'hui. Je vais continuer en anglais, mais je suis française et je suis ravie de traduire ou de répondre en français si c'est plus confortable. I continue in English, but I'm happy to switch back and forth with French for questions or any clarifications if that's easier. Or just more comfortable. So my name is Emmeline. I've been a Wikipedian since 2016. I'm now the president of the Wiki Bay Area in San Francisco. And when Rosie a couple months ago asked me if I would be willing to keynote for the Wiki Women Summit, I was like, okay, this is great. And also, wait, I'm not a super editor. I'm not like the strongest Wikimedian you could find to give this keynote. I've created my share of pages. I've worked on women topics for like this whole time, but I don't have a track record of Rosie or other keynoters who came before me. And so I was just like, maybe I should be investigating why I feel so uncomfortable with being told that my work is good enough for me to give this presentation. Why I called myself a satellite editor for so long. Why those kind of like, that kind of unease was a good starting point. And I know that I kind of found where to go with a keynote, because I know that that I'm not alone with that, and there's an unease that we feel all around like certain binaries, whether they relate to gender or to editing. And so here are, no slides. Here we go. Here are some of the binaries that I'm going to discuss today as they relate to my own experience and that I propose as an invitation for reflection. Today, going forward, I found that writing this keynote was very useful to clarify my thoughts about how I envision how I'm going to participate and in wiki projects and kind of like participate in shaping those next 25 years. But first of all, happy birthday, Wikipedia and Wikiwoman. This is a really, Wikiwoman, not quite 25 years, but really we've been there since the beginning. And this is a tremendous achievement, and I think this is something that we can all be proud of, even as we recognize that there's more that we can and we need to do. What I've learned is that there will always be more. There's just like, we're not getting any holidays until the very end. And just for context, so this is me around the time Wikipedia was born. And I remember being like somewhere in Brittany. And I remember being shown French Wikipedia around that time because I was just like a kid who was pretty obsessed with a regular encyclopedia. Of course, we know that editors who don't identify as men's or topics that are typically associated with women are underrepresented on the encyclopedia and in the community. And the work done by the Wikiwoman user group or the Women in Red projects have been central to correct this and inspire organizers to get involved. We need our own space and we need focused efforts. But yes, of course, this binary, like Wikiwoman implying Wikiman, is not always comfortable, and like these have been the subject of like a number of discussions that we've had. This year, the summit is called Wikiwoman Plus for a really good reason. It hints at our allies, at non-binary folks, at anyone who doesn't fit neatly in binary gender categories. On the one hand, by being underdefined, it remains open. On the other, maybe it makes some of you feel unsure whether you belong. And now I'm here to say that you belong here. Now, of course you belong here. Anyone who cares about the gender gap, anyone who feels safe and supported by this community belongs here. If anything, we probably all are, all Wikimedians should be Wiki Woman Plus. Everyone should belong in this. And I say this for myself as well, having had trouble forever to fit in binaries that were a little too neat. As a French person who's lived my entire life, adult life abroad, in part to escape the gendered violence that I experienced in France, and who can't really feel from anywhere anymore. As someone who, for most of a decade, was a satellite editor and can't claim to be a super editor, as someone who's sometimes described pejoratively as an organizer, not quite a Wikimedian, just organizing. As someone who for most of the last few months couldn't contribute as the reality of motherhood took over and I had to care for an injured and rambunctious toddler as well. But yes, we belong here because we care. We care about the projects. We care about people having free access to reliable information. We go to great lengths to uphold these ideals, and sometimes feel like we don't remind ourselves of that. And this is what brings us together. And so many times someone sees my Wikipedia t-shirt and they excitedly tells me that they donate every year. They've not missed a year, they've donated. And they immediately switch that they certainly couldn't edit, but they want to make sure that we know how much they respect the work that we do. And sometimes we divide ourselves in like those groups of editors and readers and donors, but really we all care. And this is just like something that I hope that we can carry through the day. There are those who try to exploit our projects to further their goals. There are those who don't engage genuinely and that we still have to engage in good faith. There are those who are unwilling to question their epistemology or their beliefs. These are negative and salient experiences, but they pale next to the work that we do. And those who love all things wiki. And I just really hope that we can remember that. And you might have come across, or you've just heard me say, that expression of super editor or power editors. The real Wikipedians who do most of the works. That's a framing that dates back to, like the very beginning of Wikipedia. And there's actually a paper from 2009 arguing that power editors have like distinct pattern of engagement from the very first days, and that these are like the real Wikipedians, those who identify as Wikipedians, and that the rest of us don't quite matter as much. And there's been extensive discussions about what contributing looks like, and how different people bring different kind of expertise, and like there's many or whether we should find that the person who comes and creates that one page on their expertise and then never comes back to it again is as important as the people who do the core work of maintaining Wikipedia. And I don't think like these comparisons are really helping us in most cases. I do want to talk a little bit about how long it took me to become a Wikipedian per this definition, and how these non-traditional pathways are, I think, like just as important as to recognize as those like born super editors that we hear about. That a movement takes all kinds of contributions, and that helping folks find what matches them best might be a much better approach than those binaries. So as I was saying, so I started editing in 2016. I was creating pages that were related to my PhD here, there. Sometimes people were like, "Oh, can you correct this?" I was just like contributing where I saw a gap. And then in 2019, I benefited from an hour of mentorship from a Wikimedian in residence. She was just telling me like, here are other ways you could contribute, and the ways where you could become like more involved in the movement. And like these definitely sped up my edited, but I would still contribute like just a whole page at a time. I had like 10 edits, but those 10 edits were 10 full pages. Nobody told me that you could just save every. Like I would do my whole drafts, and then I would like post them on Wikipedia, and I definitely didn't want anyone to see the mess that it was before. So only in 2021 did I reach 500 edits. And I really remember because I was like, oh my goodness, if I had not done like a whole page at a time, I would have reached 500 edits much faster. And this was all during the COVID-19 pandemic, where all of the community organizers were struggling to sustain their groups, like the movement, like really, oh, yes, 3 minutes, okay. Perhaps struggling with the groups, there was just like really no group to join. And then perhaps counterintuitively, because it really reduced my free time, I had a baby in 2022. And I was just like, oh, he's going to need Wikipedia. Like, he's going to need that work. And I started the Bay Area Wikipedians user group. This is the Bay Area Wikipedians user group in 2026. This is what we have achieved together. We added at least, probably more than that, because the dashboard is incomplete in many ways, but we added at least 2 million words to the encyclopedia, and that did not exist in 2022. And I'm just so proud of like everyone we onboarded, everyone we added, everyone we helped becoming the contributors that they could become. And we went from like a group of 4 meeting every month to like several hundred members in that time span. Our Wikipedia Day last year brought together 500 people. At least, at some point we had to stop counting. The firefighters would not have been happy with us. That was a lot of people. We also like really cared and greatly improved the diversity of editors. We've reached about 30% of like women identifying members from 5% in like the previous structure that was there. And so I just like feel, and I guess like what I wanted to bring here today is that I feel strongly that many of the binaries we use in the movement, they sometimes help clarify our goals. Like we know that we need X donations, we know that we need more editors, we know that we need more admins. But when pushed too far, they limit us. And that we benefit from listening to everyone who feels they have a stake in wiki projects. Really listen. Sometimes beyond what is said, often beyond what is said, because like they tell us things without understanding the constraints from like our standpoint. My favorite question at a community outreach event is to ask people what are their favorite page or category. I've learned about parts of our projects that I would have never found on my own. Like there's some crazy stuff on Commons, especially. So it's just so beautiful to see all of the ways in which people are using the knowledge that we've built collectively. And I know that the technical lead in our group wants to be described as an editor, not a contributor. When we listen, we often hear some fundamental misunderstanding of our values and rules. And they can be hard to explain in ways that satisfies those who wished that wiki projects were more progressive, or that we had women biographies without sources, or that we had looser rules about citations. And I certainly hear like the limitations within which that we work and how frustrating they are sometimes. But what I found though is that when people do listen, when we meet them where they are, there's so much love for wiki projects. This is work that will never stop, not for 25 years, not for 50. Non new Wiki Women Plus.
Thank you so much, Emmeline. What a way to start the keynote of the Wiki Women Summit. So now we all know what plus is all about, and then it was perfectly explained. So thank you so much. For whatever reason, the online participants are telling us that the slide is stuck while Emmeline was delivering her keynote. So they can listen to her, but
The slides.
yeah, the slide is up to the icebreaker kind of thing. So I think it's not on us, but on the technical side. So now we call on Lali. And Bridget? Is Bridget here already to do the icebreaker?
Hi, everyone. Sorry I'm late. So should we start with the icebreakers? Okay. Okay, please stand up, stand up, stand up. Find one person you have never seen before and stand right next to him, please. Oh, you should have your cell phone with you. You need your cell phone for that part. Okay, take your cell phone. Raise up your hand when you are ready. It is okay when you find your partner to sit next to each other, but I just want to see your hands if you are all ready to start the game. Okay, good. Now take your cell phone and open up your photo gallery. Is that just how you say in English? Gallery, photo gallery. You won't need to show up anything you don't want. That's okay. Everything is private. We're not going to show it up here. Just pick up your phone and open up your gallery. When I say ready, you start scrolling. When I say stop, you stop on one image and tell your partner something that photo means about you. Okay, so ready? 3, 2, 1, go. Start scrolling. Start scrolling your photos. Stop. Now you have 30 seconds to tell each other something related to you that you can really see in that picture. Then you switch. Okay, go. I did this game at work last week, and it was really great. I have something with WhatsApp. They are using Okay. Yeah, so maybe we'll just go with text. Divide between that and oh, okay. Yeah, I saw it. No, it just yeah, I'm not. I didn't prepare anything, but I'm Do you need more time, or you all set?
Good job, Wiki Women.
Okay, okay. Okay, so I guess we all set. Can I have your attention, please? What I want to ask, if you both start shared, if anyone wants to come up here and tell us something about that, without going into details too much. And if it's Wikipedia related, so it's great, but if not, it's also fine. Anyone want to come up and share? You don't have to, only if you want to. Okay, come on. Round of applause.
So Mama Zoa is from Madagascar, and she showed me a lovely photo of her and the 2 other Madagascar attendees arriving in Paris, which they shared with all the Wikipedians back home to prove they got here safely.
Okay, so Tarzan is from New Zealand, and they are 3 women and 2 men from there. And she arrived last week, and she visited Notre Dame with her beautiful globe icon of Wikimedia. Okay, thank you.
Anyone else want to share before we go to our next thing? Okay, so you already stand up. You can stand up as well and find someone else you never spoke to. Go ahead and do those pairs.
Good, and you?
Are you also?
I'm foundation, but I'm trying to help them today this morning. And I also have a presentation.
Yeah, we're just like playing a game.
Yeah, yes.
Get to know each other. Okay, now can I have your attention? I want you should take up your phones again. And now I want you to open up the platform you are using for personal messages, not work, okay, not emails. If you have WhatsApp, do you have WhatsApp? Raise your hand if you have WhatsApp and you are using it. Okay, good. Do you have Telegram and you are using it for like personal messaging? Or text messages? I know that people from the US are using text messages, right? So open up your platform you're using the most to contact with other people. Okay, open it up. And again, we're going to do it like that. When I say start, you start scrolling. When I say stop, you're going to choose one message that you stopped on, and you're going to say something about your relation to that person that you contact with. Sometimes it's going to be like the IT guy from work, or maybe you had to fix your window, and it's something like that, but it can be like interesting. So it's up to you. Okay, so ready? 3, 2, 1, start scrolling. Stop. Stop, stop, stop. Choose one message, and you're going to share something about the person that you are in contact with to your other mate. You understand? Just choose one message. You can read it out loud in the language that you speak, and tell something that relates to yourself about it. And then you switch. When you are done talking about your message, you switch to your partner and talk about his message, her message. All right. Hi, are you okay? You don't want to take part? Okay, no, that's okay. 10 minutes? Okay, so we have 8 minutes. Okay. And look for one message. Okay, so we have new people coming in. Feel free to welcome them to your pairs, okay? We have Natalie and Katie coming in. What? Yeah, 8 minutes. Okay, I guess we're all done by now. So, I need your attention, please. I need your attention. I would be really happy if someone wants to share something. Doesn't have to be personal, can be Wikipedia related. Anyone want to come up? Anyone want to come up and share? Come on, give it a round of applause. Let's see this.
Hello, everyone. My friend's name is Elise, and she's from here, from France, and he is working in any project related to museum. So if you want to talk about museum, you can talk to her. And what else? I think that's it. Thank you.
Do you want to come? Come on.
So my partner is from Madagascar, and she's been Wikipedian for three years, like me, and she's working on agricultural themes.
Okay, so we have like few more minutes left, and I have some questions that I'm always interested in, so I'll just ask them up, and if you want to come up and share, you just come, like popcorn method, you know? Okay, so what's the first Wikipedia article you have ever written? Do you remember what it is, anyway? Yeah, I looked it up like 2 weeks ago, because my memory wasn't going up that far. So I think you raised your hand, so you can come up and tell us about that. You? I saw hands here. Okay, come on. Tell us what's that article, and why did you choose to write it?
Hello, I'm Armine. The first article I wrote, it's not about a woman, it's about a man monument. So my wiki career started with Wiki Loves Monuments. I uploaded a photo of a new opened monument in Yerevan. Then it came to me, well, there is a photo, but there is no article about it. So I created my first article about the statue, which was new opened, and the photo which I uploaded into Wikicommons, and so I started my way. But after it came lots of articles about women, and it has also the ground, because when I wrote this article, then the name of the painter, sculptor, or architect were missing, and these red lines brought to more articles, which were also women articles. Thank you.
If anyone wants to share about the first article, or if not, we go to the next question. Okay, so one thing I also find really interesting, have you ever read a Wikipedia article about a woman that you know, or you met, like in person, and not just like Instagram? Come up and share.
I didn't write it, but I improved it very much. It's an article about Noreen Murray, who was my PhD supervisor, and as somebody put it, she was short of Nobel Prize. And I also put a picture on Commons, and yes.
Come up.
I haven't write about a woman I know, but I had created an article which I follow on Facebook, and she followed me back. And this year, I am indefinitely blocked from editing Wikipedia because of conflict of interest editing, as I was creating articles about people who know, who follow, who I become friends at Facebook. I will be talking about this at 5 p.m. Thank you.
On March 8th, Women's History Day of I don't know what year, I wrote the article about my very, very long dead grandmother, who was the co-founder and first president of the University Women of Yugoslavia.
Okay, so we have 2 more minutes left. And I heard something, I don't know if it's in your Wikipedia, that articles about women tend to be deleted more, right? So I have 3 articles that have been deleted. I really took it personally until I stopped because, you know, it happened. So if you wrote an article about a woman that was deleted, if you want to come up and share about it. And also tell us if you were able to get it back to Wikipedia, because it's also really interesting.
Hello, everyone. I haven't really written it, but it's an interesting story. I published a book about women coming from all communities of Cyprus, 5 communities. And on the 8th of May, I was invited to talk about my book and the bio, because at the end there were biographies of women, and they would upload the biographies of those women. And most of the women have been deleted, their biographies. And also someone uploaded my biography, and of course I was deleted as well. So this is something that I need, I'm really looking forward to Başak's talk in the afternoon, because this is a big issue, okay? Thank you.
Maybe send me a Telegram message after. I will try to see if I can write them in Hebrew. And maybe they won't be deleted. I don't know. I can't promise. Okay, so we have 1 minute left. Anyone wants to share about a deleted woman article? So you're going to be the last one. Give her a round of applause.
What a responsibility. So the page was not deleted at the end, but it was about chess player in Chile that is a grandmaster, and I'm not really expert in chess, but really she was very notable, and she was proposed to deletion right after I created the article, and I had to fight, and I was also not very connected to the Spanish community when I started writing this article, so I had to find like support to help me improve and defend the case. And then she was part of the constitutional convention in Chile, so she became even more famous. So now it's good.
Thank you, everyone. You're a great audience. That's it.
Laliv, I would just like to read the comments that we got from Event EA. So somebody sent us the screenshot of the comments from Event EA. So I'll just read them before I introduce Gio. From Viz, I wish I could be there. From Sophia, I want to come up. So she was referring to when Laliv asked for someone to come up. Sophia, I want to come, she said. From Paka, finally, thank you for this live stream from the auditorium. From Asher, I think someone said they are from Goma, North Kivu. It's vital to get some more Wikipedia content around Lake Kivu. From Chino, we miss you. Can the camera be adjusted to a little more height? People in front rows can sit down so that the speaker on stage is visible clearly. And from Sophia, I don't remember. From Viz, I remember writing my hometown and its legends. From Chinu, she said she wrote about Indian Air Force fighter jets. Wow, interesting. From Patrick, he's from Uganda, sorry. From Chino, my first Wikipedia article, and from Evelyn, Meanwhile, we can connect via LinkedIn. Okay, from Sophia, from Viz, and then the rest just said no, no, no. So that's the inputs and the comments from Event EA. Thank you so much.
Hello, my name is Natasha. Je vais parler en français. Y a-t-il des francophones dans la salle? Vous avez un traducteur disponible ici, au début de la salle. Veuillez laisser votre nom sur la feuille de papier et quand vous le redonnez, vous barrez votre nom. Ces traducteurs ne marchent pas dans les autres salles. So you have translators here that you can get. When you take one, please leave your name on the paper, and when you go out, you give it back because they don't work in other rooms. And I have the name, and I will purchase you. And then the second thing I was supposed to say, Rosie, I forgot. I was supposed to say the second thing. Swag. We have swag at the back. You have one silk necklace that you can wear at your wrist, at your neck. You can go and get one. Nous avons un goodies. Nous avons une petite cravate en soie que vous pouvez mettre autour de votre cou ou sur votre sac. Vous pouvez aller en chercher un. Et c'est tout.
And who is next on our program, Vanj?
Yes. Next on our program is about Celebrate Women. But
No,
then... Oh.
You can tell them when you want them to do.
Okay, so I see that people are starting to sit down. So I will start, if that's okay. Can you hear me well? Yeah? Okay, good. Thank you. So hi, everyone. It's kind of hard to go after the icebreaker, right? Because everyone has like energy to keep going, right? And I have kind of more of a presentation, and then I have some questions for you, and I hope that's okay. So yeah, so as you can see there, I am Giovanna Fontanelle. I work for the content enablement team at the Wikimedia Foundation. And I have been working there for 6 years now, and before that I worked for Brazil, and it has been like 8 years of collaborating and working in this ecosystem. And even though I have this very specific professional hat, I have been in my volunteer time doing a lot of gender-related work. In Brazil, I co-founded the Wikimulheres Mais, Wiki Women Plus, basically, our group. And it's not so active right now, but we do have some activities. And yeah, I'm really proud to have done that in my volunteer capacity. And I just wanted to add that before I start my presentation, because for me, this is really important. And this is actually my first Wiki Women Summit and the first time that I'm here as staff. So yeah, I'm really, really happy to be here. Thank you so much. And one of the reasons why I'm here is just because this year in March, I helped to support the Celebrate Women campaign. And actually, I wanted to ask you in the room if you, first of all, if you know what Celebrate Women is. Can you raise your hand? Okay. Have you participated? Yeah? Okay, I see some hands. So I would do some introduction about the campaign, and then we can have a conversation about it at the end. Okay? So as I said, I will be talking about the Celebrate Women campaign from like the content gender gap perspective. And Celebrate Women is a community campaign and the result of volunteers and community members from all over the world. The Wikimedia Foundation has been helping this campaign by providing support for communities and organizers. And I have been describing this campaign as like that kind of traditional phrase that we have, that you have to imagine a world in which every woman in the planet finds a representative and diverse sum of all human knowledge about Women Plus available on Wikipedia and on the internet overall. And this is what this campaign has been trying to achieve since 2022. So every March since then, during the Women's History Month and in celebration of the International Women's Day on March 8, the Wikimedia community members gather both online and in person to add and improve the content available on Wikipedia about Women Plus. And the editing happens as part of editathons, workshops, training sessions, and many other types of gatherings, which are spread around the world. So if you have participated in some events during the month of March, and Wikimedia since 2022 have actually participated in the campaign, even if you don't know it, it's part of the Celebrate Women campaign. And we do have a page on Meta that in the next slide, you can see a QR code that you'll be able to go there if you don't know it yet. But in this slide here, specifically, I actually was reading from my previous slide. So in this one, I'm talking about some results from the Celebrate Women campaign this year. We had one of the biggest campaigns so far this year, considering all the gatherings globally. We had 112 events on the official page. We do have more events than that, but documented on the event page, we had 112, and they were divided into sections. So as you can see here, we have some global events, or you can also consider them online, global or online events. Those were 21. And then it was followed by Europe with 38 events. And then Africa with 20. Asia with 15. Latin America 12. North America 3. Actually, we do have a lot of people in North America doing global events, so that's why I think it kind of was lower in that sense. And 2 events in Oceania, and 1 in the Middle East. We also had, and I will talk a little bit more about that in the next slide, but we also have the programs and events dashboard to track the campaign. And in there, we also have 155 events. So 112 on the main page, and then 155 on the outreach dashboard, right? And these numbers, they clearly demonstrate the global impact of this campaign, as well as serve as a testimony to Wikimedia's reach and potential for collaboration, even in when the world seems so divided right now, right? In 2026, our communities were able to not only come together, but also edit and collaborate towards that one single goal that I mentioned in the beginning. And just so we are all aware, in the last few years, this goal was also achieved. So as I said, it started in 2022, when we have 121 gatherings. We had 124 and 59 in 2025. And luckily this year we got the numbers up again, as I said, 112. And I wanted to highlight Women in Red here specifically. in their way to address the gender gap. Women in Red, which is one of our main gender projects and the Wikimedia projects, they have organized 5 events throughout the month of March 2026. Their events were added to the Celebrate Women project page as global or online. And those who found the event portal could also find the Women in Red events and take part throughout the month. And just one of the examples of what we have in the page. So as promised, here's the QR code if you want to check our page for Celebrate Women. And one of the reasons for such a big campaign this year is that we have a new portal. We kind of updated, left it a little bit more beautiful. And we basically changed its header and made the page a little bit better for those who are looking at it. I must confess that I was the one doing that, and I had some problems with making sure that it works properly on dark mode. So if anyone here can help me with that, I would very much appreciate. And we also added resources and guides for how to use these what we call campaign events features. I will talk more about that next. We also added some resources about content translation suggestion feature, and also some information about Central Notice banner editor and Central Notice banner overall to the campaign portal, right? We also added a new media or press toolkit tab to the header. In this page, we explain how Wikipedia and the gender gap work, key Wikipedia and gender gap facts and figures, inspired gender stories, and a list of campaigns and groups dedicated to decreasing the gender gap. So if you want to contact, a media outlet in your local context and you need information about the gender gap, this is a really good page for you to look at because it's all centralized there. And if you go to that page and you think there is something missing, please add to it. So this is always updated, right? As part of this year's campaign, we also try to work a little bit more on communication. So we collaborated with our external comms team on social media posts, which were shared throughout March on the Foundation's social media channels. So this is one of the images that were shared. It was this image, but some other posts as well throughout the month. And here I didn't add a QR code to every single post, but I think we might have the slides available later, so you can also check it out if you want to go that deep. We also, as part of this year's efforts, we contacted major gender organizers and community members, probably some of you here, via email and talk page, and discuss the idea of adding the event registration header to the portal, which I will explain now what it is. We wanted to do that in order to help us understand the campaign's participation. So when you go to the Celebrate Women portal, what you see now is this header, which you can see in the namespace events, column Celebrate Women, and then down you can see this header, which now it doesn't allow you to join because March is over. But when March was happening, you could register in this event as a participant, and you would get some information from us throughout the month. This header is part of what we call campaign events feature, and inside that features, we have event registration, collaboration list, like several features that you can use to organize your event. And it helped us to understand a little bit better how this campaign was working, right? So just this year, it reached 617 registered participants. And we plan to continue to use this as we talked with like some gender organizers. We want to continue to use the same event registration header in the next few years. So this number of participants, we can always reach out to them. It's there. People can unregister from it and stop receiving notifications if they want to, but basically this is there, and it's a resource for next campaigns so that we can continue to talk with the people who registered there and who are interested in gender, right? And what is really cool about this is that event registration is a feature that it has been going on and some organizations have been using for a few years now. And with this year's campaign, it was the event with the third most participants ever. So the first one with 3,000 participants was the Wikipedia 25 celebration. So of course that event had a lot of participants. And then second, we had the African Wiki Challenge with 790 participants, and then we have Celebrate Women. So it really demonstrates how this is like one of the biggest campaigns that we have in the community, and it really shows how important the gender events are for our ecosystem and the impact and the numbers that they bring, right? And as I said, by using event registration, we were able to communicate with the 617 participants who registered. So once a week, we sent a reminder with all the events that were taking place that week, divided into region, including day, time, place, and how to register for each of those events. This established a recurring way to connect with community members and remind them about the campaign as a month-long commitment, right? That you have to go back and continue to edit so that we have the impact that we want throughout the month of March. Celebrate Women is also responsible for increasing the number of events held in the Wikimedia community. So again, considering event registration usage, we can see that in a major increase that happened from 2025 to the 2026 campaign, and it peaked right at February and March, which is when you guys are organizing your gender events, basically. So we can see that clearly how like the gender events, they bring a peak to the projects, to the events that are created throughout the year, right? So in March 2025, we had 152 events created using event registration, while in March this year, we had 251 events, so it was the record so far. And this was a 55% increase. So yeah, considering both February and March, this is also important because if you see February from last year with 130 events, this year in February 2026, we have 240 events that were created. So it was also a 84% increase. So as I said, like not all of those events are gender events, obviously, but the fact that we have gender events in March, it clearly increases the normal amount of events happening in the Wikimedia ecosystem. Okay. And I also wanted to talk about the programs and events outreach dashboard. So during the pre-campaign organizing in community consultations, we received a request to not only have event registration available for registrations as a way to track the campaign, but some members also asked us to create an outreach dashboard campaign dedicated to 2026. So this was never created before, so we didn't know the impact of the previous campaigns. All these years we didn't know. So we started by creating the 2026 dashboard, which is the one there. But then later, this was a very big effort of adding every single event on outreach dashboard from 2022 to 2025 in every single campaign. And I didn't include like QR codes here, but you can sorry, I just noticed the, okay, thank you. Yeah, you can just change the name of the campaign to like the year, and you can see the impact from 2022 to 2025. I don't have much time, but here I also brought some metrics from both the dashboard and event registration. So you can see like how many organizers we had, how many event participants divided by beginner, junior, experienced, and very experienced. So you can see that Celebrate Women gender events, they bring a lot of beginners. So these are the events bringing people to our projects, right? I think this is something that I want to highlight. The impact of your work is this. You are bringing new people to our projects. That's the importance of the content, the gender content gap, right? And the work that you are doing. And some other metrics here about reverted content edits, bytes, and undeleted content as well. Yeah, just as a way to document us in the foundation, we also had some trainings available this year. One about the content translation feature, one about event registration and collaborative contributions, and one which was the welcome session in which we talked about gender gap. We talked about everything that, that I tried to kind of come up here to demonstrate to you. And also two other tools, the gender bias detector and the Wikipedia microtext generator, which are really good for like small but powerful edits. And in case you want to know more about event registration and you want to organize events, please contact me here during the conference. I will be available to talk to you, but also here my email. And we don't have time for that, but I actually wanted to ask you to help us think about the next Celebrate Women campaign. So I have an easy retro board with some questions for you if you want to help us think about the next campaign next year in 2027 and the next ones, so like the future. Please help us think about it through this easy retro board. I'm sorry that I don't have, I talk too much, but I wanted to have this activity with you. And finally, I'm also working, this is the last slide, I promise. So I'm working this year with Bridget, who is our gender lead at the foundation. She could not be here today. She could not attend the conference in person. But we are working on a project with advanced edits by women, and we want to train women to do more advanced edits on Wikipedia and Wikidata. And we are trying to understand how to do that. Basically, you're thinking about trainings. But in order to do that, we have a survey. If you want to help us understand how you would find this useful, please answer the survey. Okay, if you have done any kind of edit, advanced, technical or not, this is for you. And this is Women Plus. I just want to make sure that you know. And this is it. Yeah, thank you so much.
Gio, we have some questions in the event EA comments. So the first one is from Kin and Key. So the question is, how can one from the technical community participate in Wikiwomen? And the second question is from Viz, would there be a campaign for indigenous or minority groups to be celebrated via event registration?
We can organize, so the second question, we can organize that. Anyone can create an event with event registration. If you want some help, please email me and I can help you with that. If you're not present here at Wikimania, just email me, and my team is actually working the rest of the fiscal year in this specific topic. And can you read the first question for me again?
The first question is, how can one from the technical community participate in Wikiwomen?
Well, they can participate by doing some Wikidata edits and finding events in the next campaign that will have that thematic. We are actually, this is like news for you here. We would like to propose a theme for next year campaign, which is advanced edits. So to have more events with Wikidata and, trying to see if we can get kind of if you follow like art and feminism, other groups, you can see that they have been trying to talk more about data modeling, AI, technical topics, just because of everything that is going on. And I think this is an important topic and probably the theme that we want to have in the next campaign. So maybe next year we can come up with some of them. Okay?
Joanna?
Yes.
I'm trying. Thank you. You said even if we didn't know, we would have contributed to your project. So I might have contributed by contributing to the 100 Women Days in Germany. Is that part of it?
Yeah, if it's so the way that we can track now, if you participated, if the organizer for the event added the event to the Celebrate Women page in previous years, or if they had outreach dashboard event, and if they did, I probably found it and added to the campaign manually. It was a very big effort.
Anyway, but it's the same goal.
Yeah.
So I'm questioning the looking only at figures. I tell you, we had the aim of our campaign was within the 100 days before Women's Day, 8th of March.
Oh, I see.
We wanted to write, let's say, as many articles on women and their works as possible, and we got 2,200 biographies, and we got about 200 about women's work. Why? Why so many biographies? Because a biography is much easier. The structure is clear from birth to death. About a work, it's much more, literature, books, looking up things than a biography. But I'm a quality person, and I'm questioning if only numbers are a measure for success.
Yeah. I completely understand your question, and I agree with it. I think we should invest more in stories. I didn't quite introduce myself in the beginning, but I'm actually a journalist and a historian, so I understand the impact of stories, and that's why we also wanted to have in the portal this press toolkit page in which we would centralize all the stories about the gender gap easily for organizers and participants. But we do need more stories and document those stories. I think this year specifically, it was very important for us to get numbers and metrics just because we never measured them before. So we need to kind of start from somewhere, right? I particularly think that after the numbers, we need stories, and we need to go deeper into those numbers and understand them. But no, not yet. We just got to the numbers part. Is it okay?
Yeah. Any more questions? Any more amazing ideas there that you wanted to share? Yeah.
I just would like to ask, or maybe suggest, have you ever collected the information about, yes, there are this many newcomers because of this project campaign, but what are the stories after that? How many of them have been harassed or bullied, or organizers or newcomers, and how many of them could stay in the projects after 6 months or a year? I would like to just suggest this.
That's a very good question and suggestion. I think once we get the numbers that we have now, we can start and check if there is a way for us to try to understand what is the number that you are asking. something that we want to check, and this work is kind of still going on related to the metrics. We do have the 2026 metrics available, but the breakdown, the specific metrics from 2022 and 2025, we don't have it yet. We have arranged all the events, but not like in deep metrics. We don't have them yet. And one of the things that we want to do once we have all the data available from 2022 to this year is looking at like people who returned, right? And then maybe after that we can start having that conversation. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Gio. So is Socoria in the room already?
So, you have to point up there.
Okay.
If you have slides, you have to.
Yes.
I don't know if you have slides.
I have slides. Yes, it's fine.
Yeah.
And it's this one to talk? This one? Because there's, I think there are the point.
Walk around with this.
Okay. I think I will go with that one. So, hi, everybody.
We're supposed to do the facilitation, but you go first, and then later I will be in the audience to help.
Okay,
Yeah.
then.
Sure.
Then let's go. So, hi everybody. I'm Sukoria, and I'm a member of the French Wikipedia community, also editing on Commons, Wikidata, and other stuff. And I also happen to work in tech. So I was asked to give you a panorama of what is generative AI in 2026. So I will try to cover following topics in 20 minutes, which is a short time, but I know that after my talk there is the tea break, so if you need to ask questions during the tea break, that's maybe an option. The topics for today are what is this generative AI that we hear about a lot everywhere in the news, and where does it come from? Also, the ecosystem now, what does it look like? What does it mean for us? And then what does it mean for us as Wiki women and as women in general, and more globally as a member of the society? And I will finish by giving you some tips and toolbox if you want or need to use AI more responsibly or accordingly to your practices. And then time for QA if we have time, because 20 minutes is short. Okay, so AI is everywhere, but now also in marketing stuff. And if we go back in time and wonder when did the AI appear? If you go on the English Wikipedia page or any Wikipedia page and you look for history of AI, you will see that the first item is something that's called Markov chains, which is a statistical algorithm to predict the next words in the sentence, and that has been done by a Russian mathematician. And then when? Do you have an idea when that dates back? It dates from the beginning of the 20th century. So it's really early. And then there have been obviously a lot of improvement along time in the 70s, in the 80s, in the 90s. And what's not on the chronological order is that every time there is a hype cycle and then the interest decreases, and that's what they called an AI winter. You have an article on Wikipedia in English also about that. So it goes up and down and up and down, and now we are obviously in an up phase, it looks like, until, I don't know, but there are these AI winters. Um, Okay. I wanted to do some vulgarization about that because you have to understand or to go back to the Markov's chains in order to understand how it works. And the most basic example is the autocomplete you have on your phones when you begin typing a sentence and your keyboard suggests the next word. It analyzes a dictionary of the frequency of the words in your usage and in the general usage because it has a database of every sentence computed by every user. If you use the Google one, they have a lot of data, obviously. And it uses these statistics. I use the word statistics, so it's mathematical functions, to predict the next one based on the frequency that it already known. But then if you use not only the words on keyboards typed by people, but a larger corpus, if you use all the books that were ever written, if you use all the content on the internet, then you have a much larger corpus and you can try to predict on much larger scales. You need more compute power to do that. And compute power has gone up with what's called the Moore's law, which is not true anymore, but that's another topic and that's another Wikipedia article to read. And you also need more storage to have all the data you need on hand. But that has also progressed in the last years. That means that it had been made possible for AI computers, AI companies, AI researchers to do that work. And that means that you can have more parameters stored, that you can have some things that cover more topics. There were previously statistical models on some smaller problems, like in research purposes, if you want to distinguish between some type of cell and some other type of cell, it was already doable. But now you have one model, like ChatGPT. You can ask ChatGPT for recipes, you can ask it for physics equations, you can try to ask it for math, for travel advices, for everything, because it had the capacity to feed on every content it found on the internet. Like the machine learning engineers found on the internet and fed that into the model, to be more exact. And as an extension, computers see everything in binary. It's all converted in any case. So that means that what works for texts also works for images, for sounds, and in the same way that the computer can predict the next word, it can also predict the next pixel or try to predict the next pixel to understand that, okay, pictures of skies with clouds are usually blue with white spots. That means that if I'm asked to generate a picture of a sky, I will try to do something blue with a white spot in it, and it will be fine. It will be a sky and recognized by a human, so that's nice. And then what needs to, that's what I was telling you about. What needs to be done is to be able to train the model on a larger scale to get all the data you need to get consistent results. And about the training, I wanted to share that about how it works in the machine learning space, because it can be interesting to know, and we'll come to that after in the presentation. Either you have your data already tagged and labeled, which is the supervised learning. So the models learn with already tagged data. Or in unsupervised learning, the model has the data points and groups them by itself based on parameters that it determines. And how it's done usually is that you contribute to that without knowing it. Because when you click on the cars, on the crosswalks, on everything, you are labeling data for the AIs. Nowadays, it's for them who want to do autonomous driving. So they need to know what's a car, what's a crosswalk, what's a bicycle, what's a motorcycle, and you are giving it the answers. Now I want to delve into the AI ecosystem, because usually you will hear in the news about ChatGPT, about Anthropic maybe, but there are several of them, and we can classify them in several categories. You have the AI native ones, who are mostly American. So you have Anthropic, who does Claude, OpenAI, who does ChatGPT, and Codex, the coding tool. You have XAI, also American, who does Grok, which is the one with Elon Musk in it, Grokipedia, and so on. We know about that. You have the Chinese DeepSeek, which is less known because of the difference between the Chinese internet and the rest of the internet. And the French one is Mistral. Then you have all the GAFAMs who decided to also do AI in order not to lose market shares. So you have Gemini done by Google, Alphabet, Microsoft does Copilot, and so on. The product they do can be classified in the same categories. You have the chatbots, so Gemini, ChatGPT, Claude, Le Chat, French one. You can also have code assistants like Claude Code, Codex, design assistants, and the list is growing every day. But they all fall into the same category because they are competitors to each other. So if Anthropic decides to do one product, then the next week OpenAI is going to do the same thing, but under a different name and with small differences, but the same features. They are all following one each other's. The basic concepts are the same. You, as a human, as an operator, you ask for something. That's a prompt, a question, an ask. And that question is converted into tokens that you can see as words of the question. Who are you? 3 tokens, and so on. And then the model answers with tokens as well, which are converted to an output in text. And usually the billing of the AI can be based on the tokens, but the tokens are a black box. Like, you ask a question, you don't know how many tokens you consume, you don't know how many tokens your answer costed. So, perfect. A small parenthesis on agentic AI, which is the next hype. In the most basic way of using the AI, you ask a question, you prompt the AI for a question, and the AI gives you something back, and then you have to refine and ask for more prompts in order to get to your final result, because it's not perfect the first time. So if Luce wants to have a drawing of them, they will ask a drawing, and then they will refine, okay, but the color is wrong, I want another hat, I want another background, and so on. In agentic stuff, you had a layer of AI automation in that you ask the AI to supervise itself. And you say, okay, AI, I want a drawing of me. Please check that it looks like what I expected. So you have an AI crafting a prompt for other AIs. That's the new hype. That's what you're supposed to do if you want to do it right now. I don't know I know where it comes from because engineers want to over-automate and optimize everything, but that's where we are at. That's the common status. Maybe next week there will be something else. And that's an interesting slide that I wanted to share. I put in the labels besides because it's really tiny. It's a website that's called isaiprofitable.com. And the answer is all the big ones, the big red bars at the top means that the companies are losing a lot of money, like hundreds of billions of dollars of money, because they are not profitable yet. The only one with green bars are the one who are selling the hardware, like NVIDIA, AMD, and Micron. They are selling the GPUs, the graphics computing cards that are used to train the AIs, or the memory, and so on. They are the only one profiting from it right now, and they invested in OpenAI, in Anthropic, so that OpenAI buys the computer cards from them. So it's a circle. Everybody is getting money from the others, but only the people selling the showers in the gold rush are profiting in the end, for now. what does that mean is that for now, when you're paying for a subscription into any AI services, you are costing more to the company than what you are giving it as a subscription. That means that when you use your cloud plan for $20 a month, it costs Anthropic more, like it can cost $20 of computing power that it uses to answer your question, but it can and it will likely cost more. So for now, they aren't profitable on what they are selling, and they are doing that because it's still early and nobody has the monopoly, so they want to have the most market share possible before increasing the prices. If we went back in time when Uber was trying to disrupt the taxis, at the beginning Uber courses were really low priced, like a lot cheaper than taxis, and then when they got the monopoly and when they were the only ride-sharing services alternative to the taxis, then the price got up again. And the consumer in that is stuck, basically, because the prices have increased and the AI is integrated everywhere in their workflow. So what do they do now? They have to pay. For now, the prices are, it depends on the provider. Some of them are having subscriptions, some of them are usage-based, so that you pay in function of what you're using, how many tokens you're consuming, basically. But we don't know what it will be in the future, because all these guys that are not profitable yet, they have investors, and investors want a return on investments. That's the point, else they wouldn't be investing. So at some point they are going to say, hey, we need more money. Where do you get the money? And then the prices will rise, likely. Something to note, I think we will talk today about inequality in access to the internet, to the knowledge, to the information. The prices of a subscription for cloud, for example, they are the same, more or less the same, at $20-ish everywhere in the world. That means that it's a technology that's a lot more accessible to software engineers in the Silicon Valley, in North America, in Europe, than for people in third world countries or developing countries, and that's also a point to be taken in consideration. And now I will try to be short on everything that can go wrong on a Wiki Women perspective. So as Wiki Women, how would we use the AI to improve our wiki workflows? There are several options: finding sources, analyzing them, translating them if they are in another language, translating articles, writing paragraphs, or generating images or code if we need more tools. But then, when we go finding for sources, it looks like a lot of the internet is now composed of AI-generated newspapers or academic articles. So who do you trust? How do you know if it's AI or not? Because if it's AI, is it reliable in our framework for reliable sources that we use on Wikipedia? During this part, I left a lot of articles, some in English, some in French. They are clickable on the slide, so when you have access to the slide, you can go have a look. It's my Wikipedian site, putting lots of references everywhere. Sorry. Thanks. If you want to translate sources of article, because you don't speak some rare language that you need for to write an article, you have to know that the AI trained on existing material. But if you are interested in a language with less written documents than English or French or German, then the AI training worked less well because there's less base material to work on. So the less frequent the language is, the less reliable the translation can be, which is nice. Also, there are some bias in translating, because if you're translating from a non-gendered language like English to a gendered one, if you want to translate a surgeon into French, then you will have a male surgeon as a translation, not a female one, which is a problem. If you want to if you want to write paragraphs, code, or generate images, you have to know that the AI was trained on everything it could find, even if it was not obtained legally. That means that you cannot know that the output the AI gives you, if it generated it synthetically or if it copy-pasted something copyrighted. But when you put that into Wikipedia, it's your name on the history, it's not the AI. So if someone says, okay, it's a copyright violation, you're in trouble, not the AI, too bad. And there are also biases in generated images, because if you ask for a photo of a firefighter, it will be a man, obviously. Okay, and then they are biased everywhere against predominantly women. That's the non-wiki part, but there are biases in hiring because it learned from a corpus where women in tech were rare. So now we know that in a company, I don't know, maybe there are one woman software engineer out of 10. So now if we get more resumes of women, it doesn't fit the statistics, so why should we interview her? It only amplifies the existing bias. And it also enables sexist violence, grok and so on, lots of articles. Yeah. And I left a slide for other, like ecological trouble, societal problem, democracy problem, blah, blah. You can have a look at all that. Do I have time for some tips and tricks? 3 minutes? Okay. Preserve your data. Don't ask the AI for else advice with your personal data, because one, it can be used badly. Remember that the providers are all American, so you may not want them to know about risk of pregnancy, for example, like the most basic example that could go wrong. And also the results it gives are likely to be biased, so why? Choose your provider wisely, and if you have to use it, put a cap on the spendings to avoid huge bills, because that will happen one day. That also happens with a lot of internet providers everywhere, in any case. Check the results. You can ask an AI to check on the AI results and do like a feedback loop, which is a way of checking it. And what you can do is not ask the AI for generated stuff, but to check what has already been done against the sources. That's you don't have the problems of the generation, but you can still feel a bit more of control about how the sources were used. Resources about detecting AI-generated content, but the AI evolves really quick, so that has to be updated, and you can look for other guides online. There are a lot of them. And stay informed, please. You can follow a lot of media, a lot of activists, researchers about that. And it has become a societal problem, not a tech one. So you can have a look at the tech press, at the tech media, and have a glimpse of what's said about AI, because it's interesting even if you don't understand the technicalities of learning and algorithm and parameters and so on. And that's it. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Do we have any questions from the room? Questions?
Sukaria, can you add a slide at the conclusion of yours how people can get a hold of you if they have questions once they get home?
Yes.
Great. All right. We are done. We have a question. Sorry. Go ahead.
So it's more a remark. You said that if you upload content and it's AI generated, it can violate copyright. As far as I know, it's decided, at least in the US, and Wikimedia Foundation, a US organizations, that content generated by AI cannot be copyrighted. Right? So somebody please tell me if I'm wrong, but I think that the problem with AI-generated content is that most people hate it, and you will get into trouble, but not for the copyright violation, for using AI. Thank you.
Yeah, I think those stuff will likely evolve because the copyright owners have been late to react to the AI hype, so that may change. We don't know how.
I can answer the question. So AI-generated content cannot be copyrighted, but the AI companies, because they know how to get away with it, they are generating content out of the copyrighted content. So if you are the owner, author, or owner of the masterpiece art, if you upload your picture on any AI chatbot and ask it to generate the same with 100% likeness, like for example, you uploaded your photo and then ask AI to enhance it, or create another version that is better than your usual photo, AI will not do the thing that you say because it will generate a new image that is different from your original photo, because the AI companies know that they cannot use that particular original content because they will be in trouble with copyright violations. That's why that's why the name of the AI chatbots now are generative. They generate new content out of the original or previous content that you are putting. And I think one of the most important things that Wiki women in the room would wanted to know about AI and content is the AI companies particularly love, and their favorite training data is Wikipedia. All of the things that we upload there, it's their favorite training data. Massive amounts of data in almost 300 languages. Why? Because it's the cleanest and most structured information on the internet because of the NPOV quality of Wikipedia articles. It's neutral point of view. It's not biased. It's structured. Like if you upload it on Wikicommons, there's metadata. If you upload it on Wikipedia, there's also the sources, the references, etc. And if you upload the information on Wikidata, the more that it's cleanest and it's structured. That is why we, in our era, in this technological, we call it disruptive technology, are more endowed with responsibilities to become the knowledge stewards, because the human knowledge that is being uploaded on Wikipedia and all its sister projects are being used as training data for the machines. Thank you so much. Yes.
Very quick. Sukoria, excellent presentation. I was, because I'm part of the organizing committee, I was a bit worried, 20 minutes talking, but we could talk for hours. Thank you so much. And at some point you said the guys that are, it didn't sound very inclusive, but actually using guys, but actually it's the reality, and it's good that you said it, because unfortunately it's the guys now that are designing our future. So I think we need more and more conversations on AI and generative AI overall. And remember that we need to have a seat at the table, and the table is the AI table, because what we're experiencing now is a situation that we don't have a seat at the table, so we are on the menu, women and women plus. So let's get our hands and start working on AI. Thank you.
All right, everyone, it's time for our tea break, but guess what? There's no tea or coffee today. There's water right outside the door on this floor. There's also restrooms on this floor. We will see you at 11:40. You can see the next part of this is jam-packed with some really good topics, really good speakers. We're going to start on time. See you then. And don't forget, if you didn't pick up your swag, pick up your swag. Back table.
There's also keychains from Turkish Wikipedia. They're sharing it with the rest of us. So if you want to get some really nice keychains there, come over here at the table. Sharing is caring. Thank you so much. How do you call it? So Wikipedia Turkey. Turkish Wikipedia, okay. Yes, thank you so much. So they really have nice keychains here. The puzzle, ref magnets also, okay. Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. Ref magnets and keychains. Okay. For those who are in the room, there are notepads and stickies here. You can write something about the Wiki Women Summit, your insights, and then we can post it here on the board at the back. So there are pens here, and then the stickies. Any insight, any suggestion for Wiki Women Summit or reaction, you can just paste it in the posters.
C'est toi qui as. Ouais, c'est toi qui as ta direction artistique. Je te suis, quoi. On me dit juste. C'est toi qui vois et moi je fais pas ce que moi, mais je suis pas fait. Je pense que c'est très important d'encourager les femmes à contribuer sur Wikipédia. Déjà parce que en tant que femme, il y a des sujets sur les femmes sur lesquels il faut contribuer parce que aujourd'hui dans Wikipédia, il y a ce gap où les personnalités, les femmes notoires dans nos pays, surtout en Afrique, et c'est un problème dans tous les autres pays, ne sont pas suffisamment mises en valeur dans l'encyclopédie. Et du coup, pour nous, c'est notre responsabilité aussi, le fait d'avoir plus de femmes qui contribuent, fait qu'on s'intéresse aussi davantage à des sujets féminins, des sujets qui nous ressemblent. Et pour moi, encourager les femmes à contribuer davantage sur Wikipédia, c'est aussi une manière pour nous d'encourager à réduire ce biais de genre. Plus de femmes dans la contribution, pour moi, c'est des meilleurs contenus sur Wikipédia, c'est plus de représentativité des femmes dans les articles, plus de biographies de femmes. Donc pour moi, je pense que c'est un apport assez important que nous, en tant que femmes, on arrive à apporter dans les projets Wikimedia. C'est pour ça que je pense que c'est important qu'on arrive à encourager les femmes de pouvoir contribuer sur le projet. J'espère que le son. Alors que moi je suis timide, tu peux me faire une photo s'il te plaît? Il y a beaucoup d'ongles. Tu vois les ongles. Ah non, vas-y, juste couper, il n'y a pas de souci. On a 300 langues, mais il n'y a pas de langue nationale. C'est le plus parlé. Français et anglais.
All right, everyone, please find your seats. We're going to go ahead and get started. Come find your seats, everyone. We're going to go ahead and get started. All right, next we have B to talk about hackathon. B, the floor is yours.
Oh, here. Okay, I'm trying to get myself ready here for this presentation. Please wait while I apply my thank you for encouraging me on the swag front. All right. Good morning. It's still before noon. I'm B. I'm with the developer outreach team at the Wikimedia Foundation. Sorry, I'm seeing faces I recognize in the room. It's great to be here. And I am going to take maybe 5 of 10 minutes of your time today to talk a little bit about the work of technical spaces and why I think it's important that you know about them and feel welcome in them. So first, I come from Dev Outreach, which maybe feels like a leap from this space, but I think is definitely relevant to you. So my team does a number of different programs that reach out to the technical volunteer community here within the Wikimedia space. We run programs like internships, Outreachy, Google Summer of Code. We do things like the Coolest Tool Award that we'll be presenting on Saturday. The Tech Swag Send-Out, things like that. And then we also organize all the kind of technical events from the foundation. So you might know things like the hackathon that happens in May, and then the hackathon that happens here on the sidelines of Wikimania. And so the reason we run all these programs, the reason we support the technical community is because my team's goal is to support the creation of more good code within the Wikimedia ecosystem. Now, that's really broad when it comes to defining it. If you're me and you need to come up with metrics around that, the first thing you're going to try and define is what is good when it comes to code, right? And so what we define as good code is code that supports the kind of goals and needs of the broader community. And so you can probably guess why I'm here, because we want to ensure that the types of things we are encouraging, the types of projects that we put forward within developer outreach and kind of encourage the community to be working on are ones that are directly relevant to the broader Wikimedia ecosystem. And so the reason I'm here today is that I really want to ensure that the types of projects we put forward, the type of work that we're doing, also supports Wiki women and women, gender minorities within the space as well. And so my goal today is to start kind of bridging that gap between this community and the technical community to ensure that you feel welcome there and can also have an influence over the type of work that we're doing. There are existing methods already and that have been around for many years for the community to make their technical needs known to the foundation and the broader community. One of the most obvious ones that's been discussed quite a lot lately is the wish list. And so we're hoping to partner more with the group that works on that to ensure that those wishes inform the work that we do within technical spaces. And that is definitely a place to have your voices heard. But today what I want to talk about is other ways that you can get involved in technical spaces, regardless of whether or not you consider yourself a computer scientist, you're someone who codes, or do anything like that. There's definitely other roles that we would welcome within technical spaces and frankly could use more of. And so ways that you can get involved in shaping the work that happens at things like a hackathon are, one, you hopefully completed a survey in advance of Wiki Women's Summit that was sent out by, I believe, Bridget. And one of those questions in that survey was what technical needs you have, what problems you're facing when it comes to your workflows, to getting your work done. I asked that question. My goal is to better understand the needs of this community so that we can then create from there things like onboarding programs, specific resources for you. There were specific tools mentioned as I quickly looked over that survey this morning, trying to figure out if we can ensure that those tools are relevant to this community. So if you haven't filled out that survey, this is my pitch for you to do that so I can get your feedback. It would be great. The other ways in which you can connect with the technical community is coming to join us. So there's a hackathon on the sidelines of Wikimania. This year it'll be taking place from the Thursday through the Saturday. I would love if you can come and join. If you have never coded in your life, if you would never consider yourself a developer, there's still lots of ways to get involved. One, you are a user of the code. And so knowing what works for you and what doesn't and how you actually use the tools and the bots and the gadgets is critical. We also need folks who can help us translate those tools and localize them to different contexts. And we can also use people who can help us document the tools so that other communities can pick them up and use them. Those are all skills where you don't necessarily need to be a coder to get involved, so we would welcome you to the space. But the first one, your users, I would definitely invite you to come and create those tools with us. And so if you've never been in a hackathon space, it can feel really overwhelming to figure out how to get involved. And so one easy point of entry in my mind would be the opening ceremony. During that time, everyone, it's sort of chaotic, but it's kind of a family chaotic Christmas, if you've ever experienced that, where everyone sort of presents the thing that they're going to work on or the thing that they need support on. And so if you have a need, if you have a tool that you need someone to help you work on, those opening ceremonies, the project pitches, would be a great, I'm talking too much with my hands, would be a great time to come and join us and to make those needs known. If you do want to come during that, honestly, find me. I'm happy to try and find some developers to partner with you or to help you figure out how to do that project pitch at the beginning. Because again, people can code on their own, but if you're the user, it'd be really great if you were there to help them understand how to use the tools they're creating. So that's my pitch. There are kind of 3 ways that you can get involved. 1, complete the survey. We would love if you completed the survey. It helps me understand your actual needs in a written fashion. come join us in the hackathon space. And then finally, I've updated the slide. If these get sent out, it has my email in it. Please reach out to the developer outreach team with your technical needs, and I'm happy to either point you in the right direction, figure out the person you should talk to. If it sort of feels like this unsurmountable wall of you're not cleared who to be talking to, please feel free to send me an email and I can connect you to the right places. So that's my pitch for Technical Spaces. I am not a coder and I run developer outreach, so definitely you're welcome to join us too. And I'm happy to take questions if you have any. All right. Thank you all. I hope to see you at the hackathon.
People take photos. They've updated the slide to.
Oh, great. This is how you reach me. All right, thank you for having me, Rosie. I appreciate it.
Coming, B. Thank you very much, B. Let's move on to our next speaker. Do we have Lila and Esther in the room? Layla and Esther. Okay, let's move. Yeah, let's move on to the next one. Maybe she'll come later. So the next session we have. Yeah, I'm trying to. Here we go. Esther, the floor is yours and Christoph's. There are handheld mics right there. And if you have no slides, okay, there's your mics if you like.
Okay, we invited Christoph because in January this year, Christoph wrote the essay, Wikipedia at 25, a wake-up call. Today, he will share some of ideas for that essay. He invited us to think about the future of Wikipedia, the challenges in our movement, and the role of the Wikiwoman Summit can play in shaping this future. Christoph, the floor is yours.
I'm taking my notes. Just taking my notes to make sure I don't forget anything. So first, thank you so much for having me. Thank you so much, Rosie and Esther. It's very, very appreciated to be invited in this space. So thank you for having me. So as you said, in January I sent a first essay about the situation because the traffic was going down. And since then, every month I've been sending an email saying, how is it going compared to last year? And it's not going better. And a few days ago, like 10 days, I don't know, I sent another email, which was a bit different, a bit angrier, because I reported that we crossed the minus 15% traffic year over year. So that's what I reported in June, is that in a year, we lost 15% of the mobile traffic. So I don't know if you can fathom what it means, minus 15% of traffic. But the best way I had to convey that to some other people is, imagine if tomorrow you take your paycheck and you remove 15%. If you consider that is a lot, then that is a lot. When I saw that statistics, I got very, very frustrated and angry, because for 6 months and for 2 years, I've been trying to say, hey, there is a problem here, and nobody is reacting. And until that last email 2 weeks ago, nobody was reacting, which is very, very frustrating when you're seeing basically the house burning and nobody is doing. And I'm not teaching you anything, because you know that very, very well. And so I said, let's have a meeting. Let's see who is interested for that. The not so fun part is that when I left for 3 days for meeting gathering, family gathering with no internet. There was 10 people registered for that meeting, so I was very depressed. When I came back, it was 70. very different. So just to get back on the 15% is on traffic, but there is going to be ripple effect very fast, and it's already there on editorship. The thing is, when you lose 5%, you can cope. And again, paycheck. If you lose 5% of your revenue because you have something that is happening in your life, you can manage. It's tough, but you can manage. Minus 10%, you need to start making decisions. Minus 15% is where you start making sacrifices. And so if you think about what you're doing here, which is advocacy, running events, taking care of the community, when you reach 15%, there is two of the three things that you will not be able to do. Because when you start having a shrinking community, you have less people. You are already stretched thin. We are all, but you especially, you are stretched thin. If the community decreases, it's going to get tougher and tougher. And the tougher it gets, the more you lose. It's a vicious circle. And that's the very worrying part, is that we are in that space. There are many, many things I don't know, but the thing I know is that when you cross that 15% gap, decline is there. And it's there. It's not a blip. It's not an event. It is something to stay. The other thing I know is that when you reach the 15%, the trend is that you lose half of what you have in 2 to 5 years. That is the very gloomy part. Because basically I'm telling you that most probably, and ready to bet, sadly on that, 2 to 5 years, we lose half of our traffic. 2 to 5 years, we lose a lot of the people, new people that are joining us and renewing the communities every year. And the sad part that now, this is statistically a fact. And that is something that got me very, very, very depressed. So the thing is, what is coming next? What is the world of tomorrow? And we had a presentation about AI. So first thing first is AI is here to stay. Maybe there is a bubble. Maybe there are going to be dramas and stuff. But we had an internet bubble. And 25 years after the internet bubble, where is the internet? Very much still here. AI is the same. A lot of things are going to change in the AI scene. But as a technology, it's too late. It's there, and it's going to stay. So in the world where AI becomes the, and I say AI, not only LLMs, but AI becomes a very huge interface in terms of access to knowledge and information, there becomes a question mark on what is, what do we represent there? And I'm dropping my notes because actually I'm getting, anyway. AI is great at generalization of existing content. So if you look at what AI is going to do great, and is already doing very, very well, is summarizing 10 research papers on physics. Great. The battle between even the AI providers, and we've had the list of them, is not going to be on that. They will all provide the same thing. They will all provide, they are at roughly the same level. They are even. Where they make a difference is on niche content. So if you don't know, OpenAI right now is spending dozens of millions funding local journalism. They don't do that because they love local journalism. They do that because to have an edge, they need that local content. Because tomorrow, OpenAI wants you, everyone in the room to use their product. How do they do that? Not by being the best one in terms of quality, but being the most contextualized one. And so they will want to be able to give to everyone the content that meets my context, where I live, who I am, what are my communities. And so we're talking about local journalism, but let's say tomorrow OpenAI spends hundreds of millions on LGBTQI content to make sure the content exists and their product becomes the best at that. Where do you think, in the general population, people that are part of those communities will go? To that provider, because it will be the one that is more contextualized to them. This is the thing, that's the next battle is going to be there. Generic content, LLM, those battles are, honestly, they are over. mean, like, we're there. But that one is great. I have a very good news. The one thing that we have done amazingly well in the last 25 years is building a somewhat diverse community of 300,000 people across cultures and languages. That is something that is barely impossible to buy. You cannot buy that. Even if tomorrow we were to pay everyone in the room, you would not be doing what you do today. You would not be doing the advocacy, you would not be doing everything about that. And and what I'm telling is basically that what we're doing today is over, but what we need to do tomorrow is actually the thing that you've been doing. So congratulations, you've become the spearhead of knowledge, in my opinion. Once I've said that is the discussion I'm having now, we are not having it. As a movement, we are not having those discussions. A French Wikimedian, a woman actually, she told me, I have the same concerns as you have, but I don't feel safe and I don't know where I can have those discussions. So what I did with the meeting, and we did after the meeting, is say, let's try to create the space. So that's the Next 25 thing that I'm trying to advocate a bit. And the idea for Next 25, and I will probably publish something during Wikimania to try to give it a bit more substance. But the idea behind it is that if you look at the last 20 years, every time we try to solve a problem through a community and elections, at the end of the day, it fails. And the reason for that is there is no community that is able to grasp the diversity of our movement. If you create a community with 10 people, you are going to miss 200,099. You see what I mean? If you create a community with 10,000 people, it's better, but still you are missing the others. And so the thing that I would like for us to achieve is to create that space where we have that process, or basically a process to build consent. And to stop talking about consensus. Consensus is not going to work. Consensus is actually, it works until someone shouts louder than everyone else. Consent is different. If you have a process that is open, that people can engage with, can step in and step out very easily, can delegate also to others, then you can create consent and say, there is a consent from the people that participate that say, open licenses are important. That one is going to be one of the very easy ones. But if anyone in the future is doing something, so if we do that for something different on, let's say, welcoming or being very, very welcome, or making it easier to upload photo on commons, and there is a consent. We build in the process the consent for that. And then the foundation say, fine, there is a consent. So we work on that. And we deliver something. And then there is 10 persons on commons say, oh, we're not happy, which never would happen. I say commons, but it works for any project. Then, and I'm taking that example because the foundation went through that a few days ago or a few weeks ago, say, oh, but there is consent. You have a place where you can disagree, where you can come and have discussion and disagree. But we did that out of nowhere. We did that because there is consent. And if there is something about women are important and we need to invest in that, and someone says, no, it's not, but we have consent. For you as communities also, it means that, hey, I have a card that shows that as a group, we create that consent. It doesn't mean that it's fixed. It can be fluid, but it can exist. And sorry, I talk a lot, but I'll stop. Just a minute. The reason so first, thank you, because I did a rehearsal of that on Sunday with Les 100 Pages, which was a nightmare because it was I wasn't prepared. And this is, honestly, this is something that is very, very emotional to me because I've been around for 25 years. I've been chair of the board. I've been trying to change things. I've been failing, and now we are facing that. It takes a toll. But so on Sunday, I could do it the crap version, and now I'm doing the less crappier version. Second thing is on Sunday, I tried to convey something, and thanks to Florence, I don't know if she's here, but she helped me frame it better. The reason also I'm very, very much engaged in that, and I'm very, very happy to have the discussion here. And as I said, because it's important, but I give you the importance in the opportunity that we can create, and you can create the content that they need, that the world needs. But there is another thing that is a little bit more gloomy, is that, as I said, AI are giving a synthesis of what exists. When they do that, they don't surface what don't, or what doesn't. So Wiki Women in Red, or Women in Red, sorry, Wiki Project Women in Red, wouldn't be able to exist in an AI world because they would not be the red links. In the AI world, when you have an answer, the red part disappears. Which means that today, every single time we were under-considering marginalized content, we were preventing the preservation of knowledge and culture. Now, we are actively annihilating it. Because every time we don't save something, it is one thing that the LM will never surface again. And so no one will be able to even consider its existence. Yeah, I'm sorry, this is the gloomy part. But that's also why I think it's very important that we have this discussion very fast, very openly, and that we face them, because every day something disappears, but it just doesn't disappear, it becomes annihilated. Because the people that are using the AI, they are increasing, and they don't have anymore even the glimpse of what doesn't exist. They do on Wikipedia right now, but nobody is using Wikipedia anymore, yet, soon. So, I'm checking my notes to see if I forgot anything anyway. Mostly good. So yeah, so anyway, so downside, things are changing. My opinion that everything that we've built in the last 25 years is amazing, but Wikipedia.org as a text encyclopedia, we should, in my opinion, we should consider that gone. It's going to be gone in 2, 3, 4, 5 years, but now we need to consider it gone and to think about what we do for the next 10, 20, 25 years. And what we do is the important discussion. My opinion is that those groups are key to what we do tomorrow. That's my opinion. I don't know if I'm right. I guess here I'm going to be with, on friendly terms, but we need this discussion. So next 25, I'm trying to build a more substantive thing. So the goal is to be fluid. I need to be out of that process as fast as we can. I know that now I launched it, so I have a responsibility to kickstart it. But the people that start it needs to be gone as fast as we can, because honestly they are the old people from the movement. Yeah, and I shut up, sorry.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
Thank you. Okay, and now it's time for the question. Oh.
Thank you so much. I fully agree with you. I'm an old lady, but I've seen many things coming on the internet and disappearing. I fully agree. So how could we solve it? Could we consider taking the money from those companies and to diversify? Because local content is not added to Wikipedia. And content about women, very limited.
So when I talk about the process, I'm trying to pour as little opinion in it, because I want the process to be that process. But here on question, I'm going to share my opinion. So 10 years ago, when I was chair, we started Movement Strategy and we started Wikimedia Enterprise. My ambition, very personally, was for Wikimedia Enterprise to become like 30 or 50% of our revenue, because for me, it didn't make sense that all of those big companies would benefit from our services for free, and they're ready to pay. So to your question, yes, that is, for me, in my opinion, if we want to have a future, it's an absolute prerequisite that we get money from them. The question is how. They will not do that out of the goodness of their heart. They won't. And so that's where having a space to have the discussions is where we can have the space where what are the products we need to be able to work. If we don't have traffic and visitors, it also means we stop. Fundraising is going to be very different. So just keep in mind, 2 to 5 years we lose off of our traffic, which means in terms of revenue, we'll lose probably 30% in time spent. It's not exact because we can increase fundraising and so on, but it's going to have an impact. It's going to impact on what can be funded. It can be an impact on employership. It's going to be an impact on all of that. So getting the money is important. The question is, what do we, and I'm going to use a word we don't like, but what are we going to sell them? And that's the important thing, and that's where we need a big discussion, because we will need to accept that we are going to do things to get the money, because we need the money. It's the time where we were sitting under a faucet from which we had readers, editors, money, partners, everything. That's over. I didn't talk about it, but like you were talking with a lot of partners. In 5 years, when our traffic's divided by 2, how many partners will want to invest time with us? Or would they like to work with OpenAI, Anthropic, and the others? So yeah, we need it, in my opinion, and that's a very personal opinion. Yes, we need it.
Another question?
So Christophe, you have a room full of people here who are going to exit this room and have an opportunity to talk to partners, but also to media. What should we be saying? How should we be phrasing what's happening? And how do we phrase that? And how do we ask for their support, their help? What do? We have this opportunity to talk to media. How do we handle that?
Thank you for putting me on the spot. So you have to remember that even though I did held responsibilities in the movement, it's been like 6, 7 years. I'm no one. So I have only, I think, 2 board members. Perhaps the third one I saw at some point. I'm going to be honest. That question should not be answered by me. That question should be answered by a leadership in the movement. Which, and I said that publicly, but we are lacking right now. Which is also, for me, the goal with Next 25, is to create the space to create that movement leadership. That space, we have to be very honest, that space needs to be as inclusive as possible, which means it needs to be inclusive of the foundation and the foundation staff and the staff of the chapters. But it's for me also a way to create the opportunity for everyone, including foundation, to step in and reclaim a bit of that informal leadership that we are lacking. So that's for the political answer on, it's not to me to answer. In my opinion, we should be screaming, we should be first thing, even before talking about the press, making sure that in this movement, in this Wikimania, when we leave, the 1,200 people that are here are aligned at least on one thing, that there is a wall, and now it's coming very fast. And for me, that's why I've been trying to scream at the top of my lung, is that right now, my challenge, my personal challenge, is not about the press. It's not about the rest of the world. It's about the friend, everyone that is a friend, to make sure that we all know that there is a wall. Because right now, we are spending time, energy, money, resources, everything, fighting against each other. We are debating on, and I'm sorry, I'm going to be a bit stronger, but we are debating about board elections, we are talking about funding principles, we are debating about features on English Wikipedia, and we are fighting each other. And we have the world that is at our throat, and that is trying to take us down, and we are fighting each other. We are picking very small fights with our friends and letting the big fights happening without us. I don't care, the press, it comes at some point, and they will realize. But the problem is, right now, the #1 reason we are going to fail and die, and that's very strong for me to say that, is because we are fighting each other. Literally, and not as late as this morning and yesterday on talk pages, on Meta, on emails. And that's the bane of us. We don't have the time, we don't have the resources, we don't have the energy. We are shrinking. Our energy should be taking care of each other, not fighting each other. And so, to the question of the press, I'm sorry, it is important, but if I could transfer a mission to all of you, is just walk out the room and just be okay, hey, there's a problem, do you realize it? And if we leave Paris with 1,200 people in our communities, there is a problem. Now we get somewhere. Because now when we say, now is the time to have open-hearted discussion, that we need probable radical change and so on, instead of having thousands of people arguing whether, oh, should I get 100 euros, should I get 1,000 euros, should I get our global matrix, or even, we say, no, there is a wall. But right now we are all fighting and just we are not even honking at the wall. We are accelerating and being blind. Anyway, sorry. Don't trigger me like that.
Okay, we continue. Now, I'm very happy to introduce Leila Zia. Thank you.
Sir, can you tell me how much time?
I think 20 minutes.
And is the bell?
Bell, yes.
Okay, that was what was happening. Okay. Hi, everyone. Thank you for having me here. Thank you so much for the kind invitation, and Esther for all the coordinations beforehand and bearing with me. Also, thanks to Christophe and others for coordinating to swap presentations. My name is Leila Zia. I'm head of research at the Wikimedia Foundation, and over the past 12 years, I've either contributed as a researcher to the Wikimedia projects or have been leading efforts as part of the research team at the foundation. Today, I'm going to talk with you about the gender gap on Wikipedia, with a specific focus on the gender gap on the reader side. So that was like a particular angle that we less talk about maybe inside this group or some of the other groups, and we're going to talk about that today. I am going to try to speak slowly and also not present a lot of material so that we can have a little bit of a conversation with each other. Before we do that, I think Christophe shared some things that are very important for all of us to be aware of, and I know many of you are aware of it. So he set the stage very, very nicely, which is like we are facing a decline in readership on Wikipedia. And while we could afford to maybe ignore or not pay so much attention in the past to this topic as a movement, this topic becomes much more important right now for all of us in the movement, including you all. I want to just maybe do, if you're willing to do an exercise with me, if you're willing to stand up from your chair or just sit there, but let's just all in our native language say very loud, we can and we will. ما می‌توانیم و ما می‌کنیم. I think this group has so much wisdom, so much power, and each of you in your communities, you have shown that really you can go against all odds and do really difficult things on the projects. So while this moment is really hard, I have fear, but I know that we can. Like, I'm here because I believe we can, and you are here in this room because you have hope. So then let's look at it together. There are a few things that we know about women and readership on Wikipedia. And I should say I talk about women because the non-binary and other types of gender identification, often the data that we get for it is smaller, so it's not statistically significant for me to talk at the top level, but you see that all the surveys include gender diverse categories that we also track. What we know is that women are significantly underrepresented among the readers of Wikipedia. From the readers of Wikipedia, on average, if you take an average over all Wikipedia languages, or many of the Wikipedia languages, what we see is that roughly 65% are men. So that means roughly, and 20% roughly report as being women. So we have a significant gap pretty much at the start of the funnel, which is readership. One thing to be clear here about is that this readership is not about if you have shown up as a woman on the website once in the past year. You have to come to the website often for our surveys to be able to catch you, right? So probably the number of women who have come to the website once in the past year is probably like, 50%. But if you are looking for frequent visits to the site, and women come much less than men. And you can divide this by the different languages and see some languages do better, some languages do significantly worse. And the other thing that is important to know is that once women come to Wikipedia, they stay for fewer pages. So they are more likely to come to Wikipedia and just read a page and go when you compare it to men. Just to give you a number, like on German Wikipedia, for example, we see the split as being like 80 and 20, while all the way to Romanian Wikipedia, this split kind of becomes less, right? This is the proportion of page views by men and women. The other thing that we didn't know is that women and men come to Wikipedia for the same motivations and the same kind of information needs. So it is, it is not that, I don't know, men come to read longer articles and women are here to read shorter articles. Like, it is not like that. Generally speaking, we have some ways of categorizing why people come to the site and ask them these questions, and what they report is the same across at a high level, the same across the gender groups. The risk here is that, this is work by Erin Shaw and Esther Hargitay from a while back, that talks about the pipeline of contribution. And they offer this model, and where they argue that from the beginning, if you're an internet user, all the way to becoming a contributor, let's say to an open system like Wikipedia, you face different stages of the process, whether you had access to internet, whether you knew Wikipedia existed. Once you knew Wikipedia existed, did you know that you could edit it? And what happens is that, what they argue is that when at the start of the funnel, you have disproportions. Let's say you have many more men that have access to internet than women in a country that you're in. That disparity gets pushed down even further as you go down the pipeline of contribution. So why does this matter? It matters because if our readers are not representative in terms of the gender that we expect to see, that means once we are talking about the contributions on Wikipedia, we're going to see probably even worse results. And that's what we see already, right? We know, for example, in the admin group, we have 7% women. So we don't need to do more research. We already know that. What is the opportunity here? I think the opportunity here is that at the time that the page views are declining, we have an opportunity to actually attempt to fix the gender gap. And by that I mean, let's say page views are going down. We know already more men come to the website than women. Likely, more page views from men are going down. And this is our chance that if we do any kind of initiative to bring readers, more women and other gender readers to Wikipedia, we can help creating a balance. It is also at a time that the movement is, again, going back to what Christoph was sharing, we are trying to understand how can we bring more people to Wikipedia to read the content. And there is a large group of people in the world, around 30% gap between basically men and women on Wikipedia, and we have a great opportunity to address that. I think I want to leave primarily this slide up and say, maybe just pose a question to you all, and maybe we can just brainstorm a little bit here about it, which is, what can we do to help more women become frequent Wikipedia readers? We know they're already readers. They come once in a while. That's okay. But we want them to be frequent Wikipedia readers. What can we do about that? What are your ideas about changing that? I'll pause and then I'll pass around the mic to hear you all. And if I can ask someone help with taking notes in this part, that would be great. Maybe that we can gather those and share afterwards. I saw your hand up. Okay. Okay. Maybe if you can raise your hand one more time. Okay, perfect. Rosie, I'm just going to pass it here.
Yes, have more women on the first page. Like in Fetch, it's a story of the day, I think, and there are, I think, one woman for 20 articles, something like that. And this is in the application. It's a good entry to content. And if there are more women here, I think it's will be very better.
Yeah, so one idea would be to look at, is there a type of content that women are more interested in? And then kind of surface that more visibly. This would be around maybe biographies of women, have them more represented at the page. I'll say, I didn't share here, but we did some research that shows there is some relationship between the content and women. We generally see that women read more biographies of women and men read more biographies of men. This is just on English Wikipedia, because we don't have enough data, basically, from other projects. But there is some signal that there may be something there to try. French the same. Okay. I saw another hand up.
Maybe we should learn from women's magazines. You know, the women who are here, we are all educated very well, but we are missing all the less educated or practical educated women. And if we look at women's magazine, just how it looks sweet or glamorous. Maybe we should look at the interface.
That is a great idea, and I think I want to emphasize this because it can be that women have needs that the project is not meeting, right? The type of women that we want to more bring to the projects, right? And I think with the app, we particularly have a nice opportunity because the app is an experience in which like you can customize things, potentially make things more visual, more social, and yeah, looking into that could be another option. Okay.
I see that in more and more articles, it becomes a more and more scientific language. So it becomes more complex words, more complex sentences. This is not only a women question, it's also a question of the less educated people. So using more an easier language, not over-educating, not over-scientific, the content of the whole article will also help to get more women, but also more less educated people, because I experience quite often that people say, oh, it's such a long context article, I just read the introduction, that's enough for me. But the introduction is often not good enough.
Yeah, another great point on accessibility of the content and how much you can understand it. And we know that in some countries, women's education, the distribution between men and women in terms of education background is very different, right? So in many of the countries that we come from, it's not like that, but in some of the countries it is. So it's an important point. Right. Yeah.
Something quite different. In Paris, I'm staying with a friend who is a woman and very educated. She has never heard before yesterday evening that there's an app to read Wikipedia. She has never heard about it. And actually, she told me, when I go on the website, there's no notice about it. I can't know it exists, actually. And I can't use it in my daily life, in my flow. And okay, there's a very, very old thing. I'm sorry to put it on the light again. It's since 20 years, the Wikipedia website. Oh my God, I don't have a word. Okay, I don't want to swear, but it's awful. It's awful for many of us, even for people who are very used with digital stuff, who are working on. It's awful to, it's like, I don't know, it's like typically an engineer stuff for engineer people. And we really need to take care about readership deeply. For real, I mean, I said that for the 20 last years, but I'm saying it again.
Yeah, thank you so much for sharing that. I think you have a couple of points, if I can just comment, and then we go to the next person. So, one, show of hand, how many of you have the Wikipedia app on your phone? Okay, at least half the people don't. So, one practical next step, install the app on your phone, and when you talk with people, let's say particularly women, but also everyone, tell them that there is an app that we have. Like as easy as that, right? I mean, just raise awareness. The app is not so much designed for major long-form editing, so that's not an experience that we want to kind of push and invite people to. But in terms of readership and features and turning on places and seeing what are the things around you now that you're in Paris, I think that's like one concrete step we can take, maybe from the suggestion you had, and then the other things we can try.
Je vais aller en français parce que je ne parle pas bien anglais, je pense. Le point que je voulais aborder vient d'être un peu abordé par la personne qui vient de parler, c'est sur la sensibilisation des femmes. Est-ce qu'elles savent qu'il y a un contenu fiable qu'elles peuvent utiliser sur Wikipédia? Ça, c'est une question. Maintenant, la deuxième question, c'est par rapport à l'accès aux outils informatiques ou bien à Internet. Si je n'ai pas Internet, comment est-ce que je peux me connecter à Wikipédia pour aller lire quelque chose qui pourrait m'intéresser? Ça, c'est une autre question. Merci.
I need help with translation, please. Thank you so much for sharing that. Thank you.
What she asked is about the reliability of the content. Are women aware that the content is reliable? And the second point is about accessing Wikipedia offline when you don't have internet access.
Is that a question or no?
Merci beaucoup. Je pense que la traductrice aura encore du travail à faire. Alors, je voulais juste compléter. Oula, je m'entends dans mon casque. Donc, je suis Dominique Eliane. Je suis membre de Wikifranca. Et je voulais juste compléter, et membre de Wikimedia Côte d'Ivoire également. Et donc, je voulais compléter sur ce qu'elle a dit. Il y a le volet sensibilisation, certes, mais il y a aussi le fait que là, nous sommes en train de parler des femmes qui lisent sur Wikipédia. Là, ça, c'est un peu loin. Mais si on prenait le cas entre nous-mêmes femmes qui sommes là, combien parmi nous lisent par mois au moins une page Wikipédia lorsqu'elles cherchent une information? Surtout aujourd'hui, à l'ère de l'IA, où on a envie de savoir quelque chose, le premier réflexe est devenu ChatGPT. Le premier réflexe, c'est Google. Le premier réflexe, c'est... Enfin, je veux dire, nous-mêmes en tant que Wikipédiennes, notre premier réflexe quand on fait la recherche, ça doit être Wikipédia. Nous-mêmes, on doit l'appliquer avant de chercher à comprendre combien de femmes à l'extérieur lisent nos articles que nous-mêmes nous écrivons. Je pense que la sensibilisation doit commencer en interne. Et pour lire, il faut avoir l'amour de la lecture. Une chose est d'écrire, c'en est une autre de pouvoir lire. Donc, je pense qu'on peut partir sur la sensibilisation à la lecture de manière générale. Si on a l'amour de la lecture de manière générale, c'est clair qu'on va vouloir lire ce que nous-mêmes on a écrit sur Wikipédia déjà. Et ça peut changer les statistiques.
Thank you so much. I will need a translation. Thank you so much.
Will not say everything you said, so she's from Wikifranca and Wikimedia Ivory Coast, and she said that the reading part is especially important, that even us as Wikimedia women, sometimes when we look for information, we look with Google or ChatGPT or AI Overview instead of going to Wikipedia, so we need to start with ourselves to trust Wikipedia and use it as the first source of information. And it's part of a global fight for the love of reading and knowledge.
Thank you so much for sharing that. I hear the bell ringing. 3 minutes do I have left? Okay, perfect. So I'll respond to maybe a couple of reflections on what I heard on the question of reliability and do women know that is reliable and whether they should use it. I think that is why it is important that we as a community from different parts of the world come together and talk about these topics. It can be that in the community that I'm from, you're from, our women do not trust the Wikipedia content, right? And then that means we need to go back and try to address that. in another community, maybe they have access to internet, but they don't have access to a smartphone, or like, it can be different things. But if you identify that as a challenge in your community, I think that is a great way to kind of start. On the topic of, we ourselves using Wikipedia, absolutely, but also going back to the question of accessibility and how easy the content is, Wikipedia must change, or we can't force ourselves. The reason that we go to ChatGPT or Gemini or whatever is that it's giving us something that Wikipedia is not giving us today. So Wikipedia must change, right? In which way? In which way to remain encyclopedic, but also meet the women and men and the future generations that are kind of coming into the web. Okay, let's go to, perfect. I have 1 minute, I take one last question and wrap.
Okay. Yeah, just one thing. I thought the visibility is very important, and we already work a lot on that. But what is missing a little bit is the welcoming atmosphere, so that new people really stay, especially women, because very often I had the impression they come, they get into it, but then they disappear. And I think this is something we can easily change. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. And thinking about ways to help women stay on Wikipedia once they come to Wikipedia. Thank you so much all for this conversation. Thank you so much for the great work that you have been doing across the many years. I hope that this conversation energizes you to go out and help each other and do more. If you need to talk to a member of the research team about the topic, you can book a one-on-one office hour with a member of our team. We publish these publicly. They're on MediaWiki. The link is to the slides. But you can book, particularly Yuming Liu, who is a survey specialist in our team. He has deeply thought about this topic, and he would be happy to talk with you. Also, if you do experiments that are larger scale and you want to share with the research community around Wikimedia projects, Wiki Research L is a mailing list where you can come and share. We did this experiment. This is the thing we learned. And lastly, thank you so much, again, for all the work that you have done. I'll be around for the remainder of these events, so if you want to just come by and talk about this topic, I would be happy to. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So here's the slide that they didn't show earlier. Okay. So now we talk about Wiki Women Camp of 27. This time. Wait. Okay, so we have heard so much about the first 25 of Wikipedia. Now we go beyond the 25th birthday of Wikipedia. Wiki Women shaping the next for Wikimedia. So we keep conversations about readership going down, declining, constant, and then, Wikipedia website UI is not compatible to the generation that we wanted to target. So now we do the planning. So this is my footprint in the Wikimedia movement. The reason why I'm sharing all of those things is because for 14 years that I am a Wikimedian, I keep on experimenting the sustainability of our community. So I'm from the Philippines. I have we have an organization called Shared Knowledge Asia Pacific. And the things that Christoph has been mentioning earlier, that's why I keep my eyes and ears glued to him, is because it's the daily happening in our community, especially for the elder generations, for the professionals, for the younger generations, Gen Z, and all the succeeding generations that came. So the reason why we keep on doing not the other thematic Wikipedia is because we keep on customizing according to the needs and wants and interests of our community. So there are people who don't want to edit Wikipedia. There are people who wanted to create content that they wanted to upload. That's why we invite them to Commons. We also have people who cannot be invited during the day because they're working, they're in the classes or doing anything with life. So we invite them to do Wikipedia stuff during the nights. So what we do there is document the city at night because we turn cities on after sunset into open knowledge. And then the others, we launch Wiki Covers events for people who, we target the videographers, the photographers, and all of the media stuff that they are doing. And then Wiki Women Campus Advocates, because we wanted each campus in the Philippines to have at least a Wiki woman there. And then for the others, of course, we cannot always do editathons or Wikipedia projects. That's why we grow the communities. We do campaigns for inclusion and all of those stuff. That's why it's quite a long list. Now, 25 years ago, Wikipedia asked a question. It's a revolutionizing question, actually. What if everyone could share in the sum of human knowledge? Now, millions of people responded to the call. That's why we're all here. We're part of that. But the next 25 years demand a different question. And that question could be, what kind of Wikimedia movement are we building for generations that follow? So these are succeeding questions that come after that. What should the Wikimedia movement look like in 2050? And what role will women play in shaping that particular movement? And then the other thing is, what should women build, lead, and transform? So Wikimedia thrives over the next 25 years. Now, we're being futuristic here, right? So in 2023 in New Delhi, right, in India, we had a Wiki Women camp. The theme was to rise up and map up. That is to look for opportunities and understand where women stand in the Wikimedia movement. This time, in 2027, we go from representation or just representation to resilience. We need to future-proof our movement and sustain whatever good things that we have or we enjoy now. We honor our legacy, the women like us who helped build the first 25, and then we prepare the generations that follow after us. So, Wiki Women Camp for 2027, we initially wanted that as not another conference that women will attend, but a conference that will discuss the future of our movement, especially our group, which is the Wiki Women Summit. It's the Wiki Women. It's about shaping the future of the movement, and it is about ensuring that women are not only contributors. So the keywords there, the operative words there are not only contributors, but also one of the principal architects of the next for Wikimedia. Because the next 25 years, we believe that Wikimedia will not be inherited, but it should be designed. So Wiki Women Camp 2027 brings together women from every region, language, generation, community to imagine and design, lead the next era of Wikimedia. This is not a celebration of what we achieved. We already did that this year, but it is a commitment that we will build together. The first 25 years asked, can anyone edit? Now, the question is, who will lead? This is the suggested Wiki Women format. This is just a suggestion. It's not final yet. So we propose that we look back to the women who built Wikipedia for the first 25 years. And then what were the lessons that we learned from there? and what are the success stories that we wanted to continue for the next generation. We need also to understand the present, just what the challenges that we have heard earlier from Christoph and from Laila. The challenges that we cannot ignore because it's right into our face every single day. Retention, growth, burnout. Who is not burnt out here? Anybody who has not experienced burnout, not in terms of just editing, but also leadership and community organizing, right? So we all experience that. And governance, of course. And then we designed the next Wikimedia. So we have to tackle women and AI. How are we going to do the roadmap? And of course, the perennial community sustainability toolkit. So next, okay, sorry for that. Okay. So the commitments that we wanted for the next Wikiwomen camp would be, could we work as a region, and could one region commit to just one thing for the next 25 years of Wikipedia? Or could be cross-community collaboration. Like, for example, the Philippines community are going to collaborate with the Taiwan Wikiwomen for Wiki Nights. So are we able to, can we sustain those collaboration? And of course, the Wikimedia Foundation would always want measurable goals. We can also have a declaration for 2030, meaning our shared visions and our commitments. Because we all know that the next generation is already here, and earlier, my ears get burned, and I was really smiling because one of the Gen Alpha that we are training earlier in our community said the same thing, that Wikipedia UI is awful, but in our terms, he said, the Wikipedia UI is so archaic. It's so vintage that it's not made for our age. And that really hurt me. And I was saying that, oh no, this is the hard truth that we all must face. So we can do the next 25 lab. We can also do the next 25 playbook and global mentorship network. Does anyone want to have this global mentorship network wherein experienced Wikimedians would need to be partnered with emerging communities or emerging leaders so that together we can make the journey and we continue the knowledge, the experience, and the wisdom, and we can transfer it to the next generation. So these are the sample tracks of the Wikiwomen Camp of 2027. I think this is just a suggestion. It can also change. It can still change. The future of communities, future of leadership, future of knowledge, future of technology. So if you can notice, it's like a futures lab, right? But for women. The future of sustainability, and we can also discuss the future of Wikiwomen Summit. How are we going to evolve year after year, right? So we can see that year after year, the women attendees keep on increasing. So like, for example, next year or the following year, what are we going to innovate for the Wikiwomen Summit? Those are things that would need your opinion, your feedback, and your insights. And the uncertainties of the future. So the only certain in this life is uncertainty, and how are we going to deal with it? So we also have like sample sessions. Again, these are just suggestions. We honor the women who built Wikipedia, at least in these 25 years. And then we can answer what happens when veteran editors leave. Like how? It's sad, but it's gonna be a reality, and it's reality actually. Editing in the age of AI. So how are we going to do that? Like right now, if you're going to translate from English Wikipedia into your local language, it already has a built-in translation. Do you agree? Do you agree with me? It also, I mean, it's already have a translation. And then if you will edit it with your own language, it will say that it cannot publish because it's machine translated. So that's a crazy experience, especially for new editors. Leading without burning out. So this is one of the main problems of the movement also. From local communities to global influence, can we achieve that? We are Wiki Women, we can achieve that. Small communities having big impact. And the next generation is already here, and they're speaking hard truth. The truth that sometimes it's very painful to hear. And this is also very important, knowledge continuity. So knowledge continuity is the preservation of oral traditions, culture, living heritage, history, processes, and institutional memory. Are we preserving that? Are we taking care of that? Or we're just like, editing and not be mindful of knowledge continuity? So if we pass away or pass on, or if we leave, can we continue the same knowledge that is within us? That's also one of the good topics. And who will lead Wikimedia in 2030 and beyond? This is not literal, but what are the characteristics of those who lead Wikimedia in 2030? So these are the sample outputs for WikiCamp 2027. The WikiWomen 30 declaration is a shared vision and commitments, the playbook, a global mentorship network, and cross-regional project commitments. Because I think that for the local communities, if they are able to work with cross-country communities or inter-country communities, that makes them feel special, and that gives everyone an inspiration to do more, because they actually feel that working with community outside of their country makes them feel part of a global movement. Next. So now the 25 million question that we're going to ask is, who will host the WikiWomen Camp of 2027? We now open the discussion for number one. I heard that the conference committee will be welcoming, would prioritize conference applications that have steering committee, right, Rosie? Yes. So I think for the WikiWomen Camp, we should also have our own steering committee. So not only for the WikiWomen Camp, but also for the WikiWomen Summit. And then who will host the camp? Which region or which community do you want to host the next? So we had 2023 in New Delhi in India. So now for 2027, we're still looking for a host. And of course, the most important thing above all is the community engagement forum. So I come a little bit prepared. There is a conference grant timeline that is due for round one, that is due for, due on August 31, 2026. So if we are quick enough and prepared, if we are that excited to hold the WikiWomen Camp in 2027, we can still make the application before the deadline. Or if we are late and we don't have the numbers for the community survey, then perhaps we can postpone it to round two, which will be on February 1, 2027. But of course, we cannot time it to Wikimania. That's why if we're going to hold the WikiWomen Camp 2027 and be applied on February 1 next year, then the WikiWomen Camp will go backwards to after Wikimania or post-Wikimania in Chile. So there is the form, the survey form. It's not mandatory that you answer it now, although we have time. But if you have time on your hands, you can participate in the survey. And if you can't access the Google Forms, then you can just scan the QR code or take a photo. So that's my sharing for today. I hope you are excited as we are with Wiki Women Camp 2027. And if you have questions, I'm ready to answer them for you. Yes, Lalib. 2026, this year, we are already late because we need to apply for a conference grant. So yeah, so the next round will be on August 31. So if we get approved on August 31 and the review process, it will still be on 2027. Yeah. Yes, sure.
The one in Argentina, the one in Mexico, the one in India. If you have attended Wiki Women Camp in the past, please stand up. So for you who have experienced it, is there a word or two you want to share with others why this is so important that we meet again, Wiki Women Camp 2027? Let's hear from you if you've attended before, why you think we should do this again.
I don't have a question of whether we should do it, we must do it, because that was probably the best space, Wikimedia-related space that I've been to, and I've been to a lot. There was two tracks, like for current leaders and for the future leaders. So we were planning what we will be doing next, and this event is part of the things that happened. And then we were helping women who were just started in Wikimedia to upskill them. And we need skilled women to talk. There is a lot of talk here that we need to be at the table where decisions are made. And so imagine an event where we're not like a fringe event, because if you look the next door, you will see probably 4 or 5 times of user with extended rights, right? But imagine that we are the main event, and that it's a very good, safe space because women plus, right? So that is my experience, and I'm looking forward to applying to take part in the next one. Whenever it is, the sooner the better, probably.
Anyone else? We have Manav here sorry for putting you on the spot. Manav was the organizer of the Wiki Women Camp in India in 2023.
Hi, everyone. I'm Manav. I'm also a volunteer. I started in 2011-12, and I've been active in the gender gap space, specifically in South Asia, and we, as Vansh has rightly pointed, I co-organized Wiki Women Camp India with Chinmay, who's not here. But one of the key things that we believe has changed for us after the camp, not only as contributors, but also as people who care about gender in the Wikimedia spaces, that we learned about a lot of things that we used to perceive as our individual issues or probably individual biases, but then it only validated that these concerns are valid and are also global in terms of how everyone faces those challenges. So the kind of sense of belongingness, the kind of sorority that it helps build these kind of conversations actually help you move together and move forward as a collective. One of the key outcomes of Wiki Women Camp 2023 was the Wiki Women Task Force that was elected in 2024 and is an active body who's also going to probably take strategic directions forward in terms of how we want to talk about representation of women in leadership positions, representation of women in terms of how information is captured, what kind of resources that we work on, how we work on building those reliable assets. And that's why it's important to create that safe, but the one thing I would like to say is not safe, but bold space. Every space is safe because we keep on repeating UCOC applies, but a bold space is where you can actually pour your heart out and you are not, you do not have the fear of judgment, and that is what a Wiki Women camp offers you. It offers you a space where you can be bold, where you can be vulnerable, and where you can actually find support as well. And that's why definitely plus 100 to whosoever is planning to organize the next Wiki Women camp. And it's already been so many years since the last one happened. So really looking forward to someone to come up and share a proposal for this, and happy to help. Thank you.
Folks, it's time for the group photo. Natasha is going to lead us. You can leave your purses and things in here because it's very close, and you can come back here and get your things before lunch. But Natasha, will you lead us outside the door? Obviously, if you don't want to be in the photo, that's absolutely okay. Follow Natasha, wearing the blue and yellow.
Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you so much for coming. Inspirational.
Of course. I had to.
This conversation has to continue.
Yes, it has to.
I'm
very glad you reached out.
I am in your camp.
Good. But we are all in the same.
We're all in the same camp, but I'm going to be a voice.
Perfect.
Okay?
And yes.
We'll work together.
Yes.
I'm quoting you, Rosie. Is that all right?
Yes, quote me.
I
am in the camp, in his camp.
In our camp.
Our camp. And I will be a voice for this. I am a voice for this.
Yeah.
That's why we brought this here.
Yeah.
That's perfect.
Great. All right. We'll look forward to seeing you. Does
Saturday.
Saturday work for you?
Saturday works for me.
And time, we can do it as early as you want.
Okay. Sounds great.
Thank you so much for letting me tag along.
Absolutely.
I don't know it.
All right, everyone, come on. We're moving outside.
To get German TV and Wikipedia together into two little films in Wikimedia Commons about several topics, and the some people in German TVs were very close, and they do have the same problem as Wikipedia. The users go down, and we are thinking of maybe a cooperation between TV and Wikilast broadcast to discuss the same
doch plenty of colors.
Einfach wie man beständig sein kann gegen zum Beispiel AI und ja auch
To work out how you face AI or
to
invent
slop into TV and into Wikipedia, and I don't know, maybe there will come something from this project, and I wanted to say that the press and the Wikipedia, they do have the same. That I promise. I know I will be in this row, and then go on stage. Or after. Yes, I don't know. I will have 1 minute at the closing. I will be mute in the audience, standing with the others and just Well, that's fine. We have time and we are one day after the other. Today is today. So, see you later.
See you later. And it turns out that you don't need to be yes, on the like Wiki Women Summit. Yes, yes. So I'm also managing. No.
because there's no signage for our session, and I just need to, just a big marker pen, and I might do purple. Excellent. Oh my God. Oh, yay. Thank you. I might even take a. Thank you.
this is what I was coming to. It's what I thought.
And do we need people?
Yeah.
Yes, if you could get.
Yeah.
Elle va intégrer dans Israël. C'est là où tu vas la faire. Elle va venir, elle t'a dit, elle a le résultat du elle va dire. Le master en supply, je sais pas, management. J'allais lui dire ça aujourd'hui, j'allais lui dire que tu vas là-bas. Oui, ça va, oui, ça va toujours beaucoup de temps. C'est là la période.
And it will be so quick. And then like, so I figured I would
Vous par là, c'est les syndicats, ils convoquent des réunions, tu viens en réunion. Si tu veux développer ou bien écrire un article,
then it's like, then it would be like, and then like 5 minutes, like, okay, give me your, let's put the post-it notes, but something to share them. Yes. So I wasn't very
Elle est ici. C'est des réunions juste en ligne. Elle ne participera pas à une de mes activités.
Yeah, but then
En présentiel. Aller sur le terrain, prendre des photos, faire du commerce. Par contre, elle va rater, en ce moment, elle va rater les activités en présentiel qui se passent ici. Et si elle veut intégrer et comprendre comment ça fonctionne pour qu'elle ait le goût, je pense que le mieux c'est vivre l'humanisme là. Avec les gens, discuter, parler, assister à une autre, voyager ici. C'est de ça. C'est l'intérêt, c'est ça. Sinon, tu ne peux pas activer la personne, motiver la personne de venir. Parce que réunion en ligne ne motive personne. Réunion en ligne, oui. Aujourd'hui, tu peux faire une réunion en ligne pour 140. Parce que si on te demande de voyager d'une ville à une autre ville, tu préférerais faire la réunion en ligne. Parce que tu comprends maintenant ce qui est derrière ce qui t'attend. Mais une personne qui n'a jamais connu, voulait aimer voyager, découvrir ce qui se passe là-bas. Et après un moment, tu fais réunion en ligne. Au début, si tu voyais quand ils ont amené le télétravail, les gens ne voulaient pas. Les gens ne voulaient pas télétravail. Parce qu'ils ne savaient pas ce qui était dans le télétravail. Et quand les gens ont vu le télétravail, oui, on va faire le télétravail. Oui, tu as des enfants avec toi, tu manges des
question?
That's like an art piece. We don't have that in Hebrew, that template. That's the Flowersheim shoes. Did you hear about those shoes? Donald Trump. I'm not going to go into politics, promise. That's the last time. But he's been like admiring. So it was like kind of frustrating, but one day I was like in my work, and then a colleague came to me and said, wait, what? Do you edit Wikipedia? Like, is it something that real people do? Is that a thing? And I was like surprised, because I said to myself, nobody is watching. So apparently people were watching. And then I realized it wasn't like marketing. Honestly, I'm not such a genius. And it's not about making something like huge. It's just making my editing visible, helping people around me to realize that Wikipedia is written by real people, actually. And something else actually changed. I think it changed a little bit the way I write articles, because I was telling myself that I'm gonna need to like explain about it in the video, you know? So it made me do it like more, to think twice before clicking publish and to look for one more source. I think visibility creates accountability. So I thought there were different days, and I heard you talked about burnout. Who's the one who talked about burnout before? Here, like an hour ago, we talked about burnout. So also the imposter syndrome. I actually wrote that Hebrew article. You know, when you feel like that's what you're doing is not that good, you know? Did it happen to you? So we talk a lot about AI here, so I also used AI not to create anything, but just to help me out. So one day I opened up Gemini and I asked, should I continue? And of course, you know, they try, if you're using AI, generative AI, they try to be like very nice to you, so you go back and use them again. And of course, he said, yes, yes, go on. It's a wonderful project. Even if no one is watching, like think about it. You have like an achievement. So I kept going. People sometimes assume you need like a communication team, but you actually don't. The entire project was built with one phone, one social media, zero budget, no paid promotion, no strategy department. And actually, if you're already editing Wikipedia, which you are, you're already creating stories that was to tell. So the funny thing is, the most important thing wasn't like the number. It wasn't like views or likes. It was the conversation. Even if it was like just a few conversations, people starting asking me about Wikipedia, friends suddenly knew that is something that I'm doing. And that's something no algorithm can measure. That's what I think. So I think I want to ask you again to check how many articles have you written, and maybe you are closer to a highlight than you think to, like, you know, a number. This was a video that I did with the cake. Of course, it's AI generated too. And then you can see me in that video when I'm turning off the candle. And you can scan that to watch those videos. They're still there, actually. And I started a new project, which is about women that changed the world. And it's not video now, it's static post. But it's just an idea for you. So I see we have 3 more minutes, but I want to actually to ask you if you posted anything related to articles you've written in your social media channels. And if you want to come up and say something about it. So we have 3 people, so you get like 30 seconds each. Okay.
I'll just stand up. So I have been doing something very similar to Lalive, only I set up a TikTok where I talk about articles that I've edited. And I would just really like to add, it is really hard. Like, it's really hard work. And editing is a skill. Like, it's a real skill. So I would actually love to see there be a bit of like training on how to like make edits for communities, because it's really tricky. But if you do get one that like clicks in the algorithm, like one of the posts that I've seen has seen by like 500,000 people, which is like really phenomenal. So it is kind of worth it, and it's worth the wait as well. Like, you will get there. The algorithm will find you.
Yes, I never really posted about articles that I wrote or like editing that I did, but I post about events that I attend, and I see more in stories or little posts, not really videos, but I see that a lot of people are very interested and ask so many questions and didn't know that everyone can edit Wikipedia, etc. So actually it's very inspiring, and I wanted to explain more on my social media, on Instagram, how Wikipedia works, etc. And it could be also a way to raise awareness, as we talked about this morning, to make more people, more women also read Wikipedia, but also edit Wikipedia.
Thank you.
Can I ask a question? One of them had 2,000 views. What was it about?
Well, I don't remember. I need to. But even if you saw like lots of views, still almost no comments, no likes, no like. I was thinking that maybe to publish that in my story would be helpful, and sometimes I would make like a survey until one day, and I started to feel bad, and I'm like writing, "Write me in the comments," or like choose the answer in the vote for, because I wrote people vote in the poll and like 0 votes, you know.
I don't use Instagram very much. I'm too old, but I have Facebook. And I have a running series which is Did You Know? But in Russian. And I post an interesting fact about an article, and I linked an article in the comments. And the most views I had was 60,000 views, but there is not many comments as well. So people like what they see, and I can see that the views of the article that I linked increased that day as well.
Wow, that's interesting. I didn't do that, actually. I didn't go to the article on Wikipedia to see how
I
many
think
people got
it's
in.
advisable to link it in some way to the source, so people will go to the source. So maybe not expect comments, but if people watched it, they already validated your work.
And
right. And if you go to your most watched content, you may analyze and see why. Was it an interesting article, or your interested commentary, or there was some sort of interesting fact about it? So it's worth going back.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, dear Lalif. And now I want to introduce Natasha with a talk about French feminist free software activist panel. Please take a seat, floor.
Hello, I'm going to call my colleagues there. As we are in Paris, I wanted to have the chance of meeting feminists from the free software movement and the Wikimedia movement. So I invited a set of them, and I'll not present them because it will be written in the slide behind, so that they have more time to talk. If you will excuse me. So I have prepared some questions, and the first one is for you, Bouquinette. What are the different ways of contributing that bring value in a free software movement? You have 3 minutes.
Alors, je suis désolée, je vais parler en français parce que je ne me sens pas légitime à m'exprimer en anglais. J'ai un anglais qui est trop pauvre. Alors, qui je suis ? Je pensais qu'il y avait une slide derrière moi. J'adore tout ce qui est dessin. Et j'adore ce qui est tout est dessin sous licence libre qui peut être réutilisé. Et du coup, je les réutilise dans mes slides que vous allez sûrement voir apparaître. J'ai la chance d'être présidente d'une association qui s'appelle l'April, qui fait la promotion et la défense du logiciel libre. Je fais aussi partie d'une association qui s'appelle Framasoft, qui fait de l'éducation populaire aux enjeux du numérique et qui propose pas mal d'alternatives au service des GAFAM. Excusez-moi, je viens de me rendre compte que j'avais encore mon casque sur les oreilles et que du coup, je m'entendais moi-même avec un délai, c'était perturbant. Et si je connais beaucoup Wikipédia, c'est parce que je suis libraire et que quand on est libraire, on est en contact avec pas mal d'auteurs qui ont écrit pas mal de livres et la source d'information première, souvent, c'est Wikipédia et du coup, j'arrive de temps en temps à contribuer sur certaines autrices parce que je ne contribue que sur des autrices puisque je les trouve très mal représentées en mettant en jour leur bibliographie. Voilà. Tadam!
Tadam! Et donc, la question, c'était quels sont les différents types de contributions qui peuvent être intéressantes dans un mouvement de logiciels libres.
Je croyais qu'on allait tous se présenter.
Non.
Alors, pourquoi j'ai été invitée ? Il se trouve qu'en tant que présidente de l'April, j'ai 2500 membres dans mon association et qui sont tous actifs d'une manière différente. C'est-à-dire que, par exemple, vous allez avoir moi tout en haut qui va regarder où se dirige le bateau, mais je vais aussi avoir des membres qui vont se noyer, le numéro 20 tout en bas, membre qui ne sait pas du tout où il est, qui ne sait pas ce qu'il fait, il est vraiment en train de se noyer. On va avoir des membres qui vont essayer de sauver des gens qui sont en train de se noyer. On va avoir des gens qui vont nager à côté du bateau sans être sur le bateau. On a des gens qui sont sur le bateau et qui regardent ce qui se passe. On a aussi des gens qui sont sur un transat, qui se laissent mener par l'association. J'ai des membres qui se disent moi, je voudrais que des gens qui contribuent. Et j'ai tendance à leur dire non, en fait, c'est une force d'avoir tous ces gens-là dans notre association parce qu'ils vont chacun amener quelque chose de différent. On va avoir les gens qui vont discuter sur le bateau, mais pas forcément de l'objectif de l'association. Mais c'est important que ces gens discutent entre eux et qu'ils échangent parce qu'ils vont faire avancer l'association d'une manière différente que les autres. On va avoir la personne sur le bateau à côté, donc pas forcément dans l'association, mais qui suit l'association et qui de temps en temps va faire un commentaire qui va faire avancer. Effectivement, slowly. Désolée pour la traductrice. Vous faites un boulot formidable, puisque moi, je vous écoute depuis ce matin. Merci. Voilà, donc, toutes ces personnes vont apporter quelque chose à l'association. Et il ne faut pas croire que c'est une image figée. Une personne qui sera sur un hamac un jour sera peut-être à l'avant du bâton ou sera peut-être en train de nager, sera peut-être en haut, en mode vigie. Voilà, les gens bougent, les gens contribuent différemment. S'ils sont salariés ou s'ils sont bénévoles, s'ils sont retraités, s'ils ont du temps, s'ils sont mamans de jeunes enfants. Voilà, on n'est pas toujours au même endroit, ça évolue et il faut vraiment accepter tout le monde parce que tout le monde est utile. J'ai tendance à dire, vous êtes la bonne personne. Donc je vous le dis à toutes et à tous, vous êtes les bonnes personnes pour contribuer à Wikipédia.
Merci. Thank you very much, Bukinet, and she will be there again if you want to have questions. And now this is a question for Yvonne Gonzalez, aka Africana de Cuba, the founder of Noircir Wikipedia. I will let her say it in Spanish because I don't know how to do it. What specific values do projects... yes, but I'm asking the question in English, but I can... Okay. But you had the question before, so you can answer just like pretending you didn't hear me. What specific values do projects like Noircir Wikipedia bring to the Wikimedia communities that are not present on other projects?
No worry. I put the answer in English too for people. If
okay.
Si jamais. Voilà. À la prochaine. Ouais.
Non, c'est beaucoup plus loin, elle est derrière moi.
Ah bon, c'est pas grave. Je sais pas bon, c'est pas grave.
I'm sorry, but maybe you didn't push. Oh, yeah.
Okay. Donc, c'est pas grave. Bon, je parle rapidement. Je suis fondatrice de Noircir Wikipédia avec Gala Maji Miranda, qui est historienne de l'art. Moi, je suis juriste et aussi musicienne. Et donc, du coup, pour nous, c'est important de travailler sur la thématique de l'Afrique et des afro-descendants. Donc, concrètement, ce qu'on fait avec Noircir Wikipédia, c'est qu'on fait des ateliers mensuels ou des interventions aussi pédagogiques dont on essaye d'identifier les discours coloniaux, les stéréotypes racistes et les contenus où on subalternise la femme dans les articles. On essaye aussi de faire un travail sur les données et sur les images du côté de l'épistémologie par rapport aux personnes, à la visibilité des personnes noires et aux cultures noires et aussi à l'Afrique et sa diaspora en général. On essaye aussi de faire nos ateliers online, comme ça, il y a plusieurs, il y a des gens de toutes les diasporas africaines qui peuvent participer, plus ou moins, et ça nous arrive aussi de faire dans des lieux où les bibliothécaires nous aident à que les gens aient accès, même à travers Zoom, de participer aux ateliers et de pouvoir avoir de l'information depuis des institutions qui sont ici en Europe, parce que nous, les projets, on est en Suisse, mais on vient ici, on va un peu partout. Nous, on invite aussi régulièrement, on invite aussi des spécialistes ou des gens qui sont impliqués dans des thématiques de visibilité des cultures noires et des peuples noirs et afrodescendants. Qu'est-ce que je voulais dire ici? On fait très attention quand on travaille en Wikipédia aux entrées encyclopédiques, à l'introduction de paragraphes. On essaye aussi de capter tout ce qui est invisibilité négative des cultures quand on rédige des articles. Et on essaye aussi de faire très visible l'histoire précoloniale des pays africains et des pays latino-américains. Ça, c'est pour nous très important. Voilà. Aussi, on travaille aussi sur tout ce qui est les thématiques de coloniales. On essaye de mettre l'accent aussi sur des thématiques sur lesquelles on n'écrit pas en Wikipédia, comme par exemple les violences policières qui sont plutôt vers les personnes qui sont de gauche ou qui sont racisées. On essaye aussi, on a créé l'histoire coloniale de la Suisse. C'est des thématiques qui ne seront pas arrivées s'il n'y avait pas des gens qui font un criticisme, une critique, si on ne rédige pas de façon critique aussi sur les différentes thématiques. Et aussi sur les... Tu me dis qu'on a arrêté. Et aussi sur les images, par exemple, on a un petit exemple. On a fait un atelier, on a fait un atelier à l'université de Guyane où ils savaient les Kalina, les articles de Kalina l'image des Kalina qui sont venus un peu séquestrer à l'exposition universelle de Paris. Et déjà, le fait de parler avec les étudiants, ils ont tout de suite cherché la manière de changer l'image et ils ont mis une belle image actuelle de Kalina de la Guyane française. Et pour nous, c'était déjà gagné. Voilà. Merci beaucoup. Voilà, c'est tout.
Thank you, Yvonne, for speaking to us and bringing your perspective. Thank you very much for accepting to come. And now I'm turning to Carole Renard. Let me get the slide right. So we're going backwards. Sorry for your eyes. Here we are, the fox. And what can a collaboration between public archives and Wikifeminist projects bring?
I'm going to try in English because I have not a lot of time, so it's perfect in English for me because I'm not very good. Okay, ça glisse, c'est pas grave. No, I need it. Thank you. Okay, there is a fox because it's my name in French, and I have a red flag, red necklace. Don't put me on comments on nothing on Insta, please. Thank you. So here is my pics, renard. I'm a member of the 100 Pages, and I'm archivist, and I'm representing an institution because I'm a chief director. I'm a heritage curator. You can put the other slide. So feminism and archives, it means for me matrimoine, which is very difficult to translate. Matrimoine means feminine heritage, female heritage. I mean, that's the term. So what do you find in public archives? Everything, of course, it's the best place. All the memories are in the archives. You have to visit archives. It's for you. It belongs to people. You have primary, secondary, tertiary sources, and you could find archivists, people who are professional of information and ready to help you and to help you to find sources for Wikipedia. And what do we find, us archivists, on Wikipedia? It's a platform where the users are, where people are looking for sources. I love archives, but I know that we are not known as a place to be. So we, archivists, we have to be where the people are. So how we have a common ground, we share the knowledge. And how do you go to matrimoine and you feminism the archives? First, by highlighting women's life stories, by acknowledging their presence in preserved collections, because they are present. And we have the archivist, we have to update our professional practice. How? By showcasing certain women better indexing our archives when, for example, conducting inventories. And we can do other stuff like prioritize or archival collections. We have the choice. We are not forced to take everything about men and nothing about women. So it's a global approach. You can change the slide, please. Here it's a biography that we made with the 100 pages, and in the end, it became a signal in the street, une plaque dans la rue. Another example of a global approach, it's about the other slide, Jeanne Galzi. It gives a better article, a book, and a plaque, a signal in the street. And the last slide, we can work on promote our own field of expertise. And you have here all of examples of pictures that I took about my, some of them are alive and colleagues, and some of the other ones, the black and white ones. Everything in 1 minute. They are les pionnières, the first women in this expertise field. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sorry, but we are a bit late on the schedule, but still I want to ask a last questions to Sinkra. What are the challenges facing women when they contribute in free software and Wikipedian context from a feminist and free software point of view?
Yeah, je pense que c'est mieux en français ou je peux le faire en français?
Oui, oui, oui.
Okay. English, please. Okay, I can try that. Okay. I'm involving in the free software like I was 8, actually, because my father is in the free software galaxy. And I come to Wikipedia because it is very interesting to contribute when you are not a technical guy. And I'm very happy to contribute because it's very interesting when you are a woman to face the technology gap and to learn some tricks, but contribute on your different subjects. And I think we are all women or non-binaries and trans people here, or allies, and we have a lot to say in Wikipedia, and I think it's where I'm the most useful to contribute. And I'm not a big contributor. At the precedent question, it was how many articles you write, I think 20, something like that. But the more important is to have in mind what you are good for, and sometimes it's not to editing article like me. I'm not very good at that, but I'm very good to take care of people and to understand different community, like technical community. It's my job, actually, my paid job, and technical community, women, trans and non-binary people, autistic people, and I am a bridge between this community, and I try to reconcile them and try to they speak by themselves, and I am just a mediator on that. And I think it's very important because a lot of women are educated on this way to be the bridge between the community, the people, and you can use that skills to help the common good. And this is what I do.
Okay, thank you. I'm cutting you a little bit. What you forgot to say is that she's the board president of Les 100 Pages, and we met over a conflict. I'm a diehard Wikipedian, and I was amazed by the capacity that she has of knitting community behind the scene, taking care, and it's not visible. So I think it's people like me who contribute and are more visible, maybe to say, hey, I wouldn't be there if she had not been there at one point. That's it. Thank you. That's a takeaway home message. I'm not leaving you because we are short of time. So, do you want me to do?
Thank you very much.
Okay.
I do a lot of translations from particularly Spanish to English, but also French to English. I studied French for 4 years in high school. My problem is this. I can only translate the articles from French to English if the French language article is referenced in the same way that we would find it on English Wikipedia. So if the French language article has 5 paragraphs, 2 of them have references, 3 of them don't, I will either skip the article and go look for another one to translate, or I'll translate it, but I'll only translate the paragraphs that have references. So in my own way, I am introducing bias. The only woman then the woman's biography that I'm translating is, oh, it meets the requirements for English Wikipedia, so she's notable enough for that. So whether or not she's the most notable woman I could deal with that day, that's the criteria that I use, because I don't even want to say I'm too lazy to go look for the French language references myself. I'm not good enough of a speaker or reader to be able to find them. So I rely on you to make sure that the Francophone community, the Espanol community, to reference each paragraph, because then someone like me might want to translate that article. So do you have any thoughts on that?
Yes, I have. Because I do exactly the same for the English article, translate in French, and they are not interview are otherwise in English Wikipedia, but not on French. And we have at Les 100 Pages, we have a very focus on source, and we do some workshop about that. When I create my article list for my workshop, I had some articles that are not enough source on it to learn to the new people how to add a source and do a better job.
And in France, with Les 100 Pages, when you contribute in an institution as an archives service, we prepare the contributions, and the sources are ready and put on table, ready to be used by contributors. It's very serious. That's why I get my punchline. Working with a glam, always a win-win situation.
I will just end that at Les 100 Pages, we tell the people that it's one information, one source, one phrase, one source, and we have been told by local French Wikipedians that we source too much. So Rosie, if you can translate the articles from Les 100 Pages, especially the women writers that are on Francotrice, and you will have no problems. Right, other questions, or a last one maybe?
There is a way to create, even with AI, a tool that translates templates for a language to another? Because, yes. Because sometimes maybe we have the same template, but with parameters in the own language. But sometimes templates are different. There is a way to put, I don't know, I need to translate person template from English Wikipedia in bio template in Italian.
Yeah. In French Wikipedia, there are no templates. You use some example. You take one very good article like with label, and we inspired by that, but we not use career, social life like that, because it's not always relevant. And this is complicated the creation of a tool.
Let's try.
Yes, let's try. That's the next, for the next year, we will find someone. We need to move on, sorry.
Yeah, thank you very much, wonderful ladies. Thank you, Natasha, for this panel. And our next session will be with Dania and Natasha about Wiki Gender Stats, a new tool by Les Page.
So, once upon a time, in a faraway Wikiland, there were a few wiki damsels and quite a lot of wiki boys. I am tired of sexism on Wikipedia. Let's eradicate, let's fill the gender gap. Ta 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 ta. There is no such thing as a gender gap. Oh, I tell you what is important on Wikipedia. Neutral point of view, NPOV. There are no facts about the gender gap. Prove that it exists, and then we can talk. Me? Me? Do you have the time to prove that it exists? Do you have the tool? Can you help me find a tool? No? I mean, what am I supposed to do? Hey, Lily Billy, I just designed a new tool for you. It's called VHGI, Wiki Data Gender Indicator, or something like that. Try it. Well, thank you. I wish you would have talked to me before designing such a tool, because, of course, now I know that in 2016, there were 16% of women biographies on the French Wikipedia. And in 2025, there are now 20.5%. So, but I would like to know how many architects, how many Catholic priests, and then I can decide next week what kind of editaton and what kind of contribution I do. Ah, women, who is complaining, I don't have the time, I have to maintain my boat, I have to find vandalism, and what about paid editing? You never listen to me. You have absolutely no idea what caring for a community means. Hey, Lily Billy, I designed a tool for you. It's called Denelez, and it breaks it down by profession. Woohoo! Now I can tell you, there are 0.01% of Catholic priests on the French Wikipedia, less than 5% of women architects, and less than 1% military officers. Now we all know what we have to do. Alas, 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 in that country. Things would have been perfect that way, to calculate the gender gap and prove that it exists, but these two tools, Denelze and VGHI, merged into Humanity, and the breaking down by profession vanished. And then in 2025, it vanished altogether because it didn't aggregate the gender gap anymore. I am tired of being a damsel in distress. Now I want to be a woman in progress. I will design my own tool according to our own needs. We will do it ourselves. Yes, we can do it. Then came a contributor called Chaton. Her name is unpronounceable, but actually she did it all. She dumped it down on the French Wikipedia. That was great. We could have all these gender gap stats, but na maladziet. Очень хорошо, ja тоже хочу что-то. Das ist doch geil. Ich will auch so eine. Oh, hey, et en franco-provençal, tu me le fais ton outil? So now I'm going to present to you the savior of the day, the woman who fixed that all, and she's going to tell you how she did it.
Thank you. So here, tu peux revenir un tout petit peu. So here you have an overview of what the tools Natasha just talked about looked like when they existed. So in the middle, you can see breakdown by profession. Here, that's what Humanity looked like. So you can see some information. But it was not very, very clear, very legible. And now she's gone. Encore. Ah, non. Je crois que sorry, I'm going to... Where are you? Okay, yeah. Up, stop. Thank you. As Natasha said, until last year, we had Humanity and Denelez, which gave us a breakdown by professions, wiki language, region in the world. But sadly, those tools either do not exist anymore for Denelez or have been not maintained with no new data since, well, over a year now, which is the case for Humanity. So earlier this year, I got contacted by Chaton, and she was working on a new tool to replace those two. And so I took the lead of the project, and today we are going to present you live this new tool. And I'm going to invite you to scan the QR code that's going to appear and take a look at the website by yourself. I hope it's not going to crash. It's the first time as many people are going to visit the site at the same time. So it may crash, it may not. We'll see. So in case it crashes, I took some screenshots that you can see around here. I'm going to go from the top to the bottom. The first one, on the top left corner, is a breakdown of the different Wikipedia language versions by gender. So the yellow bars are the percentage proportion of content about women, and the red is about men. There is also a small, teeny, tiny bar in purple about other genders, but they are so few that you can't even see them on the graph. There's the same thing on the top right about professions, same type of breakdown. You can see here breakdown by year of birth. This one is between 1600 and 2026. Likewise, the different genders are the same color. And the one I'm most proud of is the map. The breakdown by country. So you have a map with regions. And for each region, you have a little circle, a diagram, which shows you the percentage of non-men content on wikis for that particular region. As there are a lot of regions, more than 3,700, something like that, that are referenced on the tool. When you zoom out, those get aggregated together in larger circles. So you can zoom in, zoom out. So you can see those bubbles will pop into smaller bubbles, and you can click on them to have a breakdown for each region about the proportion of men, women, and other genders for the wiki you have selected. You can see above each chart and the map, there are little menus which allow you to select the projects, the wiki projects for which you want to see the data, and the date at which the data was gathered. So here you can see data from this month, in fact, on the 8th of July 2026. The idea is that data will be collected automatically once a month for as long as the tool exists. So you will be able to see the evolution of the gender gap on the various wikis. For now, there are only 4 wikis, like that, 4 wikis that are supported. There's Wikidata, of course, because this is where I get the data from, Wikipedia, Wikisource, and Wikiquote, in all available languages for all those wikis. Soon-ish, I hope to be able to include gender gap data for commons. I don't know how to do it yet, but it should arrive one day. And maybe other wikis, if I can find a way to measure the gender gap on those wikis. Has it crashed yet? No? So this tool, I started developing it in February this year. I started developing it in February this year, so it's not finished yet, but there's still a lot that has been done. So that's why you can see a little alpha in orange next to the titles, because it's an alpha release. It's not complete yet. I hope to be able to add a few remaining features before the end of the year. We'll see. And one thing you might have noticed is the logo of the website. For now, we don't have an official logo for the tool. So I used, in the meantime, the tool of Les 100 Pages, the association I'm a member of. And what I want to ask to all of you is, if you have ideas for a logo for the tool, you're free to submit it to us. And I want that this logo comes from other women, people that are going to use this tool, so that everyone can participate to its development. Thank you. Do we have time for questions?
Yes, we have time. I think we have 3 minutes left, approx. Yeah. Rosie. Wait.
It's drawing data from Wikidata. What if the Wikidata item has the person's name and the person's gender, but not the country of citizenship, maybe not even occupation? Does that still pull it up?
Yes.
Does it still count?
Yeah. So to get a little bit more into the weeds, the tool, when it gathers data from Wikidata, looks at all elements on Wikidata that are one, human, and have at least one gender specified. And that's it. That's the whole criteria. So whether the element has a known profession, a known citizenship, or even date of birth, it still gets into the database. One thing I forgot to say is that there's no filtering besides that. So if you see somewhere in the database that, for instance, a person has the date, an occupation of Vienna in Austria, that's actually happened, it's that there's a bug, something to fix in Wikidata itself. So the other day I found someone whose gender was the United States. So yeah, there will be some discrepancies like that, but I mean, it's a contributive project, so I guess that's expected. Maybe in the future there will be a more thorough filtering of the incoming data, but it's kind of difficult.
There's a question in the chat room, I think, so...
She hasn't. So we're waiting for the question, so maybe someone else can. Oh, there is. In the virtual room, we have a question about what is the maximum amount of edits you can make on Wikipedia?
I'm not sure if that's linked to what I talked about. And I don't know the answer. So I guess if you break the database, that's the max. I don't know.
It's probably not related to this particular topic, but to general Wikipedia. So
I don't know. I didn't make the software, so I can say.
Okay. There's another question here. Okay. Thank you so much for making this tool really needed. I wonder how do you read the gender gap on commons, the percentage of 21 something percent. On Humanica, I used to read it as the percentage of images that depicts human, and the human is women or male, but you mentioned that you are still looking the way of representing the gender gap on commons. So I was wondering how to read the current stat for commons, and yes, how I should read it to not make a mistake in the interpretation.
Yeah, for commons, I still don't really know how it can do it, because it would have to be specified on Wikidata, because that's where the only place where the data comes from. So it would have, I don't know, images, files would have to be linked somehow to an element that corresponds to the person that is in the photo, for example. It could be a way. And your second part was?
Yes, that's how to interpret, how to read that. But I think that no, my second question was, yes, how do you envision the potential, or what's the problem, and what is the problem, or what will you need for getting stats related with commons, or what will make sense for you?
Can I just add one thing? Like on commons, you can tag within the picture, like the subject that is described based on Wikidata element.
That's a separate database. I don't know. I don't think it's linked to Wikidata directly. I think you're talking about structured data on commons.
But both, like the commons categories can be linked to a Wikidata item, and then the structured data on commons can refer to a Wikidata topic, item as well. So I suspect that between those two things, they're not actually much used. So I would think that the commons community would need to be embracing.
I don't know. I haven't had the time to look at it yet. So yeah. And yeah, it's time.
We have to wrap up. Thank you very much. I think there's tea break now. Is that correct? So you can ask questions to Dania, and please raise, because she's worked so hard every night. Woohoo! Thank you so much. Thank you so much. All on a volunteer basis.
Thank you very much, Natasha and Dania.
So we're going to take our break, but it's going to be short, not 20 minutes, because we will start on time. I think, 4 o'clock is the next session? We will start on time at 4. There we go. Is that the next? Yeah, there we go.
Is there anything you need me to do as emergency person for the 4th session?
Just what your session for a person.
Yeah.
Can you?
Somebody else is.
Can you give her the orientation?
Yes.
Thank you.
So this is a clicker,
Yeah.
and we just
Mais après, le problème, c'est le salaire. Parce que Caro, elle a 64 et genre, personne. Enfin, je veux dire, moi, je suis embauchée à 45, c'est mieux. Désolée, pardon, par le dans la tête. Les personnes sont globalement précaires.
C'est tout est tien, je pense. C'est bien. Non, c'est toi. Comme ça. Merci. Je lui mettrai dans le contrat. Elles sont géniales. Tu as bien dormi, merci. Si jamais tu bouges ton train, tu prends le je te fais confiance, tu as l'air d'énervé.
accreditation media pass, and we can write letters on your behalf to get your media credential so you can attend for free, that you take photos and you upload them to Commons. We would love to have more people do it, women do it, anyone with a camera who's ready to take photos. So this is not in your backyard having a barbecue. This is not when we're out on the beach. This is not landscape photography or lemurs. It's Wiki portraits, meaning portraits of people, because that might get into someone's Wikipedia 50 years from now when they're known. But today you took a photo. I don't know if we have anything else. Maybe the person who said from Madagascar. I'm talking about it would be lovely if you're interested in doing it. We can help you get your card. We have a card machine with us, and they can make you a credentialing card. So Jenny, she's going to talk about Wikipedians. I think
Hey everyone, we're going to start again soon, and I'm hoping that Anna is in the room for the lightning talks. Anna, is Anna back yet? Oh. Just go. Okay. All right. Okay, so as our facilitator for this session is not here yet, we are going to call all of the speakers for the lightning talks and ask them to line up on this side. You can just choose. You can just choose whichever of you is first to speak. On va donc appeler toutes les personnes qui participent qui voulaient donner une présentation courte et leur demander de venir à ce côté-là. Et ensuite, vous pouvez juste choisir qui parle en premier. Alors, si vous vouliez donner un lightning talk, une courte présentation, je ne sais plus quel langage je parle. Okay, if you wanted to give a lightning talk, please come this way and line up over there. Up. Okay. All right, so who's going first?
I can do a lightning talk.
Okay. All right.
Hello, everyone. So, do we have any more volunteers to do a lightning talk? If so, please stand here. And for now, I decided I can also join and talk about my experience. So my name is Kate. I'm from Ukraine. And for a few years, I've been living in the war situation. But at the same time, I was trying to find the solution how I can make my mental health better and how I can cope with the stress that is arising. And so I recently read a book by a German psychotherapist. Her name is Ursula Nuber. So her book is called Who Am I Without You? Or Why Women Struggle with Depression More Than Men. And so in this wonderful book, I saw that women are diagnosed with mental health disorders twice as more than men, and the reasons for that are, oh, okay, I will stand here. So, and the reasons for that are mostly a lot of reasons. So first of all, like home duty, which is even in the developed countries, women are still doing more of the homework than men. Also taking care of elders or children or animals like pets. So this gives an additional burden for women, as well as cultural issues like low self-esteem or perfectionism, or like willing to be like more and more and more, like higher demands. And this all brings us to the situation that in our developed world, women cope with all these struggles more. So I thought, like, what can we do about it? And I analyzed what actually helps me. And I noticed that when I edit Wikipedia, this, like my mental health for some reason becomes better. And I tried to analyze why. So, and the activity that is involved around Wikipedia is doing one thing at a time. So like you're in the moment. You're not going to the past, to the future. You're just doing one thing. Then you can see your results. So immediately once you publish an article or once you edit something, you can see that in any part of the world, people have access to something that you did. And this helps with your self-esteem. So for women, as we are having lower self-esteem than men, this is extremely beneficial. Another thing is community. We have a wonderful women community that supports each other. And this, again, in Ukraine, we have the Wiki Women. We did a lunch last year, the first Wiki Women lunch, and we noticed that women supporting women, it's a wonderful feeling. So having dopamine, because once you publish something that you're interested in, and when you dig the knowledge, when you research, you understand that, wow, you found something interesting. It gives you a better feeling. So we cannot control the future, the past, we cannot control what happens in the world, but just editing Wikipedia, which seems like a small thing or like easy thing for someone of us who are so perfectionist, but still, actually it can be a simple tool to influence our mental health and just feel a little bit better. So this is something I wanted to share with you, and if you have a similar experience, please share or do like that. And it's wonderful that we are all part of this community that can influence something that makes us feel better. Thank you very much.
So there we have two persons who are willing to give a lightning talk. There's Capucine and she's gone. You want to give a lightning talk? Yes? So please go.
We have two from Madagascar. It's okay?
Who won? Okay. Please come here to the stage to be seen, and the people who want to give a lightning talk line up here so that we know who is going to speak afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you. So we will speak in French. Me, I'm Angia. Sorry, je suis Angia de Madagascar et je suis la présidente de la communauté. Et ici, j'aimerais vous partager que à Madagascar, on est toutes des femmes qui leadent la communauté. Et il y a aussi des femmes qui sont les plus actives dans la communauté. Et là, en tant que dans le groupe Wiki Women, on aimerait vous partager que oui, nous les femmes, on peut vraiment leader et on peut vraiment être des exemples pour les contributeurs, surtout que... Ah. Okay, it's okay. I will be my better. I'm Angia from Madagascar, and I'm a leader of a community. And in Madagascar, all of the leaders are women. And because we are in this Wiki Women session, so I'd like to say that we can do it as a leader around the world. And here in Madagascar, we have 60 contributors around Madagascar, and it's not easy, but we can do it, and it's an opportunity for us to show around the world that Wikimedian projects can help us to highlight women. Thank you. And she's one of the leaders too.
Hi everyone. I'm Socha. I come from Madagascar as well. I'm one of the founders of our community, Wikimedia Madagascar Community User Group. So as she said, we are all women creating the community. And what can be the challenges for us as women, as mom, to contribute, to lead the community? I think I can say that we can have challenges like time challenges as well, because we need to focus on our family as well, and we need to contribute. And also, if you are like a mom, I saw someone with her baby there. I don't know where is she, but it's like it's so inspiring to find someone with their kids in contributing in Wikimedian project. And also we have challenges like, for example, access to internet, access to technology as well as a woman, because coding or photography are like for men. But we have here, for example, our president, and she's a super fan of photography as well. And we can say that we have a lot of women in our communities that can have the abilities to do something like we can supposed to be a man thing or something like that. And the last one, the challenges can be to know how to contribute, and we need to educate also to do some sensitization, I don't know how to say it, to the women, to read the articles, to read the items on the Wikimedia project, but also to contribute. So that's it. Thank you very much for all of your attention.
Thank you so much for this brilliant lightning talk. Now I'm giving the mic over to Capucine, a member of Les 100 Pages, a member of Wikimedia Europe, and ex-president of Wikimedia France.
Thank you, Natasha. Yes, I was the president of Wikimedia France at the moment it was announced that Wikimedia would be in Paris. So I fled, and I was right. So I'm super happy to be here and see most of my friends while not being involved in the organization. To be fair, as you said, it's good for the mental health to contribute to Wikipedia, but it's only true if you do something on your niche subject, having no interaction with anyone or being in a feminist editation. If you contribute with the community, it's a bit more complicated, and I'm paying a psychotherapist for long, thanks to my contributions to Wikipedia, and I'm not even paid for, as you know. So I asked myself the question, you know, French is a very gendered language, and every noun is either feminine or masculine or both, except love, which is masculine if it's the love, and feminine, it's multiple loves, because France is bisexual, I love it. But in the French Wikipedia, we call the founding principles the 5 pillars. We call them principes fondateurs, which is a masculine name. And I asked myself, what would it be like if it was principes fondatrices, so the feminine version of the 5 pillars, the 5 women pillars? What could it like if it was done by feminists? And so this is lightning talk, improvised, 5 minutes, 5 pillars, okay? The first one, okay, we all say Wikipedia is an encyclopedia, but what's an encyclopedia? Well, it's a kind of Wikipedia, right? No, it's a definition. But we saw the encyclopedia as a very masculine tradition. It's a collection of facts. And I would love to see the encyclopedia as a collection of embodiments, of narratives, of stories as they lived. And if you go back to the l'encyclopédie from Diderot and D'Alembert, the first encyclopedia in France, it was actually with many more pictures than the actual Wikipedia, less text, and more experiences, jobs, etc. It was more different kind of knowledge. So actually, the first pillar will still be the same, but with a different meaning. And the second pillar will probably be one of the two that will be the most different. We will still believe in neutrality, but knowing it doesn't exist. And so we wouldn't try to abuse people, harass people, saying, hey, you're a woman, you're not neutral. We'll be dealing a lot more with situated knowledge, with embodiments again. And so this second pillar will be a more feminist pillar by ensuring that knowledge is not only hardly neutral, but also situated, and we respect the people that produce this knowledge and visibilize them more. The third pillar, well, it will be still a free encyclopedia, free to share, but we will probably have different types of license. You know, in the 2017 strategy, we decided to do as a movement. We said, okay, Creative Commons is super cool, but sometime to protect a network that has been created by a marginalized community, we should have non-narrative works that should be on Wikimedia Commons. This was written black on white in the Wikimedia strategies. We forgot about this, but it would have been one of the pillars of our feminist Wikipedia. The fourth pillar, you know, it's, in French we call it règle de savoir-vivre. It's just basically don't shout at people or do it in a polite way. And if we were a feminist Wikipedia, our fourth pillar would definitely be care, but care with active processes, with active communities, ensuring we care about the other contributors, and just we can be angry if we're polite enough in appearance. So the community will be very different if it was centered on care. And for the first pillar, it was always interpretation, creativity, so I will definitely let it to the public. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Capucine, for this totally improvised lightning talk. And we have another improvised lightning talk from Tamsin Brescher, I hope I'm pronouncing it correctly, Dr. Thread, from Wikimedia Aotearoa, New Zealand, and the University of Otago. Please correct me if it's not correct.
Perfect, I'll take my badge back. Tēnā koutou katoa, Tamsin Brescher aho. So my name is Tamsin Brescher, and I'm from New Zealand, and I wasn't expecting to do a lightning talk, so improvised. But I thought I would tell you how I started as a Wikimedian, because we got asked earlier, had we ever had a page deleted? And I had that classic story of sit down at home, I've read a book by a woman, I looked her up, who is this author? She has a page on Wikipedia. Some of her books have pages, but not the one I just read. So let's write a page. Anyone can edit, right? So I wrote a page, deleted within 12 hours, because I didn't prove it was notable, because I had no idea about notability criteria. Who does when they're starting? So my first page about a woman's work was deleted, and I've never gone back to see if it was notable. One day I might. But it started a journey where I started working, and my next page was a woman artist. It's still there. Next page, a woman artist, still there. And I've done, 600 and something women's pages now. I did one a day for a year. And I focused a lot on women academics because my husband's a professor and I work part-time in a university, and so academics was something I knew about. I do a lot of women's biographies. There were many women professors in New Zealand with no pages. And I'm like, there's lots of men professors with pages. By the time you've got to be a full professor in that kind of English university system, you are more or less notable by Wikipedia standards, probably. So it's a good starting point. So I'm writing hundreds of pages about women academics with no photos. The photos are so important to keep people on a page and to make it visually interesting. And so then my next thought when I was in Wikimania in Poland 2 years ago was, how can I get photos for Wikipedia for the articles that I'm writing? And I thought, I'll go away and Wikify a conference. I'll go to an academic conference that's come to the university and be a Wikipedian in residence for the conference. So I'm looking around, how do I do this? Where's the documentation? People must have been doing this before, right? And people have been doing it before. This was not a new thing to do, but I couldn't find a lot of guides about how to do it, tips and tricks and what not to do. So I wrote a book, Wikifying a Conference. So thanks to a rapid grant from the foundation, I went and Wikified with another Wikipedian, Mike Dickerson, Giant Flightless Birds. Many of you will know him. We Wikified 3 events, a print festival for artists. So we had to deal with copyright for the artwork as well as artists when we took photos, so that was interesting. We did a medical school reunion because that was happening. And then we did a really big international conference with like 18 concurrent streams and, you know, thousands of people. So we documented all the things that we did and how we did them and lots of tips and tricks. So I have some copies of the books to give away. I have a poster upstairs, and the poster has a QR code, so if you don't have space in your luggage or I've run out of copies by the time you talk to me, you can also find it on Commons. So please make use of it, and let's improve all the pictures for women on Wikipedia. Thank you.
Thank you, Tamsin, for sharing your experience. So now we are welcoming for the last quick lightning talk, Zita's Age, Celestine's Success from Art and Feminism.
Hi, everyone. My name is Zita, and I'm a leadership advisor with Art and Feminism. Most of you already know Art and Feminism, which has been in existence since 2014. It's a global campaign that mostly focuses on closing information gaps about women, non-binary people, and people in the arts. It started off as an annual campaign, mainly focused on Wikipedia, but over the years, we've been working on expanding our work beyond Wikipedia and into other projects. And we also create resources, mainly to support organizers. The first editathon, which took place, was a success. And so learning from that success stories, we build resources to help organizers host their own editathon in their countries. The resource that we recently launched is about Wikidata, which is the project that we are trying to focus on in our next campaign. So we launched a series of Wikidata models to help event organizers who might be new or who might be looking for easy-to-use resources to learn more about Wikidata and how best they can contribute. We also hold a number of conversation series around data, archives, artists, and I invite you to join these conversation series because they are really enriching. We tend to highlight the work of feminist artists and people who are doing the work, like people like you and you all here. So if you can join any of these conversation series, that would be great. We have a lunch session coming up tomorrow at 1:30 p.m. at room 2. And I invite you all to to this session because if you would like to learn more about art and feminism's work, and if you would like to host an art and feminism editathon this year, I will be happy to answer any of your questions. And we'll also have a network organizer session, a panel session on Thursday at room C+D. That is also an enriching conversation because we will be talking about the work that our network organizers are doing. And you can learn more about these network organizers, the challenges that they face, the interesting projects that they build or implement, and how they come about implementing such projects. I look forward to seeing you all there, and thank you so much, and enjoy your Wikimania.
Thank you, Zita. And now we welcome Rosie Stephenson-Good on academic research on women writers. Rosie is a founder of Women in Red, previous Board of Trustee member. The floor is yours, Rosie.
Thank you. So, hi, I'm Rosie. I am a visiting scholar at Northeastern University in Boston, Massachusetts, where my research focuses on pre-20th century transatlantic English language women writers and their works. I have written 717 women's biographies in this regard since April 2017, when I started the job. The articles, they're pretty good quality, as judged by me and by auras, but often I fail at writing good lead paragraphs. Why? Because I'm lazy. Wikipedia has a plethora of articles whose lead paragraphs are too short. Short leads affect an article's discoverability, its perceived authority, and its value to readers. For historical women writers, my area of expertise, this issue of short leads is especially significant as it relates to improving representation and visibility for an underrepresented group. This is a quality control issue on a massive scale. Community-driven initiatives exist, such as the month-long Women in Red editathon titled Double the Lead in December 2021. While there's value in collaborative efforts, they also underscore the need for more efficient and scalable methods to address a backlog of articles with short lead paragraphs, biographies, and other topics ad nauseum. The positive feedback I received from a straw poll I conducted at Wikimania 2025 Nairobi during the Unpopular Opinions Bold Lightning Talks to Shake Up Wikimedia confirmed a community-wide interest in exploring technological solutions to this challenge. Ergo, in August 2025, after I came home from Nairobi, I began thinking through an academic research project based on improving the leads of historical women writers' biographies. The hypothesis was that with a tailored prompt and pasted content, generative AI could not only expand short lead paragraphs, it could improve the article's quality as measured by its auras rating. My study defined short lead is if the article I wrote had no more than 2 sentences as the lead, and if that article had an auras rating of start class or C class. So not stubs, not B class, not better. My data set at the time was 705 women's biographies, which I narrowed down to a subset of 75 articles, which underwent a testing of improving their leads using paid versions of ChatGPT and Gemini AI. The results were conclusive. Using a highly structured prompt and pasting the content of the Wikipedia article into a generative AI chatbot resulted in expanded and improved leads as measured by higher ORA's ratings in 73 out of 75 instances, with an average of 6.68 minutes spent on each article, start to finish. My budget was $0, no grant. All my work as a visiting scholar at Northeastern University is done in a volunteer capacity and is facilitated by the Wiki Education Foundation. I'm happy to discuss this research project with anyone who is interested in it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rosie. Are there any questions? And can we? No? All right, can I? All right. Sorry, I should have introduced you. So basically, it's going to talk about how editorial decisions reach beyond Wikipedia and what happens when WikiWomen Plus get blocked. I'm really sorry for things being a little bit chaotic. We lost the stream, and everyone was running around trying to figure things out.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. This is Başak. Today, I'm going to talk about how one editorial decision about editorial decisions at Wikipedia reach beyond Wikipedia, and give my example of one editorial decision given this February affected all my Wikimedia journey, and not only that, but also my organization and community. I think my case illustrates some systematic flaws in Wikimedia ecosystem functioning. So I believe it brings some topics for us to talk about. So I'm very grateful some of us really presented wonderful solutions to problems. I haven't come here with any solution, with some problems, but with the hope that we can discuss them, start discussing them. And here's my case. Could you please change? First, I would like to talk about who am I. I'm a Wikipedian in Turkey, based in Turkey, and I edit Wikipedia since 2005. Those of you who know me know how silent and modest, even shy I am, but today I will not be shy. I am proud creator of more than 3,600 articles on my Wikipedia. And maybe some of you remember almost 3 years old Wikipedia blog in Turkey. During those years, I was a part of a small contributor group who cooperated with the Wikimedia Foundation team on their unblocking efforts. And right after unblocking of Wikipedia in Turkey, I became a co-founder of an NGO based in Turkey, supported by Wikimedia Foundation grants, and started to travel from all over Turkey, from Syrian border to Greece border, to teach Wikipedia editing and make Wikimedia projects more visible, accessible, so that in the future, hoping that there will not be any more political misunderstandings or maybe even censorship efforts. And this continued until this February. What happened this February? On 14th of February, there was an election in our NGO. I became the president of our organization, and the next day, I am indefinitely blocked from Turkish Wikipedia. There were no prior warnings, any prior mechanisms, enforcement mechanisms. This was the first time I've ever blocked in a Wikimedia project, and currently I am unable to edit. I am unable to even reach to my talk page. This situation continues, but this did not only affected my Wikimedia journey, but also my community and my organization. As a result of this blocking, I've lost my funding eligibility from the foundation, but also any organization on which I hold a leadership position lost its funding eligibility. Therefore, we were asked to refund our grants we have received for this year. And of course, all Wikimedia activities planned, stopped, all these education activities, etc. And some broader discussions also started in the community, not only about my blogging, but about some prior disputes, off-wiki disputes, which I believe had played an important role in my blogging, and also around broader questions like about presentation, leadership, and who constitutes a Wikimedia community. And why I'm sharing all of this, not to complain about my situation or my community or organization, but I think it's a pattern, and what happened to me can happen to anyone here, especially to those who edit women biographies or those who organize editathons. Any women editor or women leader can happen. That's why I would like to share it with this, go a little bit more detail, what happened during this process and how I try to challenge this. I was blocked. The reason given was long-term concerns about conflict of interest editing. How this was given, among 3,600 articles I have created, 7-8 of them were chosen, picked by some admin. They were already discussed a bit of years ago when they were created, if there was any notability concerns, etc., at relevant talk pages. But this admin wanted to look at my social media accounts, show that, for example, I write about a writer, and also follow this person in the Facebook and follow back. This makes us friends. We are Facebook friends, and I have been writing about my friends at Wikipedia, I was told. Or my editorial practices were questioned. I follow the contributions of the participants of editathons. If I see something, some sourcing problems or some promotional tone in their writings, I fix them. That is also considered a problem because they are creating bad articles. These new contributors were bad faith contributors, and I was helping them. It was so, I don't want to discuss whether this was right or wrong, but I just wanted to point out that this standard can catch any of us, and once this happens, there is no place to appeal, to challenge this. I've tried to, I would like to share what I've tried to do. I was told to go to U4C, Universal Code of Conduct Committee, to challenge this, which I did because I wasn't able to challenge it in my own wiki. I was not able to even edit. I did so. They told that you must first go through local processes. So someone else objected to the decision on my local wiki. There was a discussion among other admins. Very few joined these discussions because they wanted to stay silent, many of them, because this is not really about my edits, actually. Everybody could see that. Very few people joined. I could not join to this discussion because I was not able to edit. And after 1 month discussions, the block was upheld. Then I went back to the Universal Code of Conduct Committee, and they told that this is not an editorial issue. There is affiliate power problem here, and it is out of our scope. So they rejected to review it. Any other committee, any other department, Wikimedia Foundation department, or person I've talked to says, oh, this is an editorial issue, so we cannot interfere. You can only go to U4C case, and when I go to U4C, they tell me this is an affiliate issue, so we cannot, it is out of our scope. Was it an affiliate matter or editorial matter? Well, I think the committee has a point. Yes, it has related with affiliate issues. I blogged just 1 day after becoming the president of my NGO. The timing suggests that it is related with my role, leadership role. And I have to explain that earlier I had some requests coming from community members about grant management, which I found very inappropriate and refused. And I was told that some terrible things might happen to me on Wiki. I submitted this to U4C, Trust and Safety, and never replied back. And I think all this happened might be related with these problems or disputes around grant making, grant decisions and governance issues. But the point is, at the end, there was no place to appeal, to review this, and no way to appeal this. This brings us, I believe, an important question, a bigger question. There is no clear line between on-wiki governance and off-wiki works in our ecosystem. And when some off-wiki disputes are started to be handled or solved using on-wiki tools, those editorial tools which were supposed to use for ensuring content quality, everyone is hurt. The content of our projects are hurt, the neutrality of those projects are hurt, the health of the communities are hurt, but mostly women are hurt. Because it's usually women in our movement take place in community programs, in education. They contribute to education through community programs, through lots of out-wiki works, but they are very much less represented at on-wiki governance spaces, which requires technical knowledge, procedural experience, and when on-wiki decisions, on-wiki government tools, governance rules are used for off-wiki works, it's very likely that women are pushed out. So I think this is a problem that we should have to think about. And there is one more problem that I would like to discuss. In this Wikimedia movement ecosystem, we are very careful that we cannot interfere to editorial issues. Every wiki decides their own wiki editing, make their own wiki editing decisions. But we let those wiki decisions, editorial decisions, to lead other decisions like Wikimedia Foundation funding, decision based on this blog decision. I was in the steering committee of CE Hub. I could not become a candidate again. I could not even vote again because the criteria was you should not be blocking. I was for years translating for Wikimedia Foundation. I cannot continue anymore because they don't want any translators who are blocked. Even I wanted to continue writing at English Wikipedia, and I needed Wikipedia library. Even I can't use Wikipedia library. So many things is dependent on this decision, one admin's decisions, who says that you are following this writer at Facebook so that you cannot edit anymore. I would like to ask, why do we allow this? One decision affects so many areas. And these are the questions that I would like to bring on the table. How do we distinguish editorial decisions from non-editorial conflicts? How do we create fair review processes when conflicts across multiple areas? And how do we prevent systemic gaps from excluding women leaders and contributors? Because I believe a healthy movement isn't just about good content, it's about creating space where people can contribute, lead, hurt, and stay. And that is my presentation. I would be happy to get any comments and questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Well, I think we have all experienced that kind of blockage on our home wiki. Any short questions? Question? Yes?
Is there something like a self-improving group from people who are experiencing something like that? A self-improvement group of editors from different countries, because sometimes when I watch the discussions and the blogging, sometimes I think, yeah, that's a person. It's the things in the article is something not wanted in the country, and sometimes there are admins blocking these people because they are more powerful, and I thought what to do against it, maybe to connect
Yes.
with people happening the same.
Thank you very much. Actually, yes, I believe, I don't know any group or any system that would help, but that is why I'm bringing all of this. Maybe we should start forming one, and it can start by women, because it is always women, and those who work on biography of women are more likely to face this. That's why I wanted to present it here.
Camelia, you had a question?
Another bound, yes. Infinitely bound in Italian Wikipedia. Another leader of a user group, a Wikidona user group. So for the same reason, we cannot receive funds. We can not receive scholarships and such and such. It's not an individual problem, because it's about also struggling with mental health, so psychotherapy for years and years, because it's about our affiliates, so our desire to surviving these entities. More than a question, it's a suggestion, because after the Wikiwoman camp, we started a Wikiwoman network something. I'm very interested in harassment, and I see that is not so much touched into our discussion. We are discussing about creating things together, do campaigns, but we are not talking on how to create a strategy to not be pushing out. So I think that we need to be united in this and create I don't want to see a force to force someone, but however, an entity who can be asked for a suggestion in case of, I proposed, for example, courses for administrators, because we know that harassers are a lot of times administrators, so people with extensive rights. So I think that we should do more on this front. So don't think us as a single, but us as a Wikiwoman. So we need to create a front to however people is living. We are talking about women is living. Women is living even for here. And if people as Bashak, which is so visible, happens this, we don't know what happens with people with the women that do not have this visibility.
Thank you, Kamalia. Actually, what I am thinking is next year, if I do, I will be around here doing this presentation next year.
Yeah. Thank you ever so much. We have to go on. We are a bit late, so I encourage you to speak at tea break. I want to say quickly that tonight we have a picnic. So the people who are interested in going to the picnic, we meet outside and we go to food court. Everyone buys their food, and we find a spot where we can sit down and chat, but you'll have more details later. The next person to talk about photos, next night lightning talk. Not lightning talk, there's another talk. I just don't have my phone on the... It's Jenny, Miriam, and Mariana, the photos. Jenny, Mariana, yeah.
Mariana, there's two Mariana.
Sorry, Mariana.
Yeah, over there. Do you have slide deck?
Oui, allez-y. Moi, je connais absolument pas le programme et je dois l'annoncer. Je vais l'acheter. Hein? C'est trop chouette. Oui, si tu veux. Mais va chercher Sacha. Ah oui. Ah oui. Si le stand.
Is it just,
Merci.
do we have a slide?
It's it here. I will give the clock to someone else because I'm doing the three things together.
So I have a slide, but it's not the next. Do I? So I'm the next one. Yeah. Okay. I can speak. Yeah. So my name is Jenny Lee. I'm one of the co-founders of a project called WikiPortrait, which started in early 2024 to take higher quality photos for Wikipedia, especially biographies, because as you guys know, for photos to be on Commons, they have to be openly licensed, either in a public domain, oftentimes Creative Commons licensed. So like good professional photos are hard to get because they're often copyrighted. So we just started sending our own photographers around, and at this point we have sent photographers to World Cup and Eurovision and the Nobel Prizes. Right now, more than 1 out of every 50 Wikipedia page views on Wikipedia globally has one of our photos. So at this point, we're about 400 to 500 million views per month. And totally, we probably viewed around over 5 billion. Like, it's a tricky month to see it month because it's like World Cup, so we have a lot, but the month isn't over. But I think we will hit over 5 billion this month. So we've uploaded about 90,000 images. 20,000 of them are used on Wikipedia pages, which makes sense because oftentimes you will upload like 3 or 4 photos of the same scene, and different Wikipedias pick. And they are used on over 85,000 pages across more than 250 language Wikipedias. And one of the things that's really interesting for us is that more than half of our photographers are women, and like at least a third are people who are colorful in some way. So it's a little bit tricky to kind of define that, but at least within the United States, where Black American Wikipedians are only this is like dismal, but 0.5 to 1.5% of US Wikipedians are Black, which is like in my eyes, a 4-alarm fire. We are probably at 10%, if not higher, of photographers in the US being Black. So, and then many of our subjects are women. I would say about half, maybe more. And one of the most interesting things for us from a women's perspective is if we take a photo of someone who is on stage and they're a speaker or they're at a red carpet, you can often see if they deserve a Wikipedia page. So we have created a lot of articles for women and other people, other situations too, that kind of starts with the photo. Like, oh, they're maybe important because they're on stage or focused in some way, and then we can take that and then do some investigation and create articles. That's it. So we've created at least 200 articles for folks, and then like thousands of Wikidata items. I think that's my main thing. Yes. Oh, you have. Okay.
Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Mariana Fossati. I am part of Whose Knowledge user group, and I will speak about the Visible Wiki Women campaign. This is a recent report that we made to tell the story of the campaign, to think about the future. So you will find there a lot more. You can scan the code. Here we have one of the authors of the report, one of our consultants, Sita Sage, and also Attila Capiletto worked on that. But yes, let me tell you about the Visible Wiki Women campaign. This year we are doing our 9th campaign. We are almost in 10 years of doing this work. And our approach is more focused on commons and the gender gap on commons, we estimate, based in Humaniki, but soon we will be able to do it with the Wikigender stats tool as well, that 21% of images that depicts humans on commons are women or non-binary people, and images that can be images that are in a Wikipedia article that represent a notable woman, or maybe is a woman representing a woman in work, woman in sports. 1 year, the theme of our campaign was body plurality, because we wanted to show that women are much more diverse than the images we usually see on the web. And our idea is not only to change the gap in terms, in quantitative terms, but also on Wiki, but also to influence the results that you get when you search for images of women on Google, when you ask for an image generated on an AI generation tool, because we think that our platforms has a lot of influence in the digital ecosystem, that open knowledge, especially Wikipedia, Wikimedia Commons, Wikidata have a lot of influence. And so we have this ecosystemic perspective. And so our focus is visibility, is representation. And of course, if some of the images can illustrate Wikipedia, that's also super cool. And our campaign focuses not only in original photos taken in the moment by a photographer or in a photo booth, but also images donations, illustrations, all kind of methods and ways of making women more visible online. And in the last few years, we have focused also on structured data and the descriptions, categorizations, captions of the images, because we think that data also tells our stories. So that's why we have been working as well on structured data. And in collaboration with other campaign that Mariana will speak a little bit more about, with the gender campaign that every year we do in collaboration with a lot of Latin American chapters. In this campaign that every year has a different theme, we normally have a photo contest or a photo challenge. But this year in Latin America, we decided to not do such a that kind of photo contest, but instead to do among editing Wikipedia, Wikidata, and so on, also editing about traditions and artistic practices of women using ISA. ISA is a structured data tool. We decided to focus on data and focus on the narratives and the stories that the images can tell. So I will just pass the word to Mariana to speak a little bit more about the Latin American campaign. It's not a Visible Wiki Women campaign. It's another campaign, but that campaign is made in March. Visible Wiki Women is not in March. Just thinking on what Rosie said about, we don't need to do everything in March, right? So in March we collaborate with Latin America.
So hello, my name is Mariana Lozano from Wikimedia Colombia. This is my first Wikimania, so I'm very scared. Sorry if my English is not perfect. So this is the very campaign, and in this moment, we ask and maybe different question about the art and about the memories and about the preserve, because we think what happened when the art only stayed in the offline and not online. So is the reason with whose knowledge, with progressive and communication, the other organizations from American Latina, we'd ask about the how do digital platforms shape the stories that become visible. And this is a conversation with the other artists and the Wikimedia volunteers. We explored not only from the creative expression, but also the perceived the identities, territories, collected memories, and community the knowledge. Many of these artists practice are create the public space and share those the communities. This experience was very important because approach the photograph upload to Wikimedia Commons, because this Wikimedia Commons is not simple and imagine, is because the part of a broader network of knowledge. So we think about the methodology and what is the perfect methodology for a state in the platforms about, for example, the art. And yes, this is the Wikifuturo campaign. We have other activities, but in this moment, this is because we need to talk about that. And this is the Women Wikimedia, and I think this is space is very important. For example, Wiki Women Summit is very important because we need to many share the histories, and we can talk about the art in the different platforms. Thank you.
Questions? Comments?
Are there any questions? Oh, oh yeah.
It's actually not a question, but a parallel, an addition to what these distinguished wiki women are doing. We are doing, or we just launched Wiki Covers events in the Philippines. It's actually a complement for Wiki Portraits and the things that you are doing. You inspired us actually, because I think we met you in Singapore, whose knowledge last time. You know, you have a booth there, and then you're taking pictures of almost all the Wiki Women attendees. Remember that? And then upload it to Wiki Commons. In 2024, we met Wiki Portraits in Poland. Was that in Poland or Poland? And then we tried to apply for an ID for Wiki Portraits, but unfortunately the card was already used, so we were not able to get Wiki Portraits ID. So after we went back to the community, we really decided what will complement these projects that you are already doing. And then we met some university professors, cultural workers, government officials that are attending our basic Wikipedia editing workshops. And they wanted some of their events to be covered and uploaded in Wikimedia Commons because it's part of oral history or like a visual kind of history. Because, for example, one festival, a very good example is the Panagbenga Festival. It's like a Mardi Gras or flower festival in some parts of the world. So Panagbenga happens every year. But then again, the contingents, the costumes, the program, and the participants are different every year. And sometimes in the Philippines, when elections come, the government websites change, or sometimes they get pulled out from the internet because the next administration will put on their own contents. So what happens to that wealth of knowledge, that coverage, those events, those particular documentations that are very significant? It's part of the knowledge that comes away. It becomes extinct. It vanishes. It doesn't vanish overnight, but it really vanishes. And those are the advocacies that we are now teaching the journalists, the academic people, the people from the government, from the cultural organizations, that they need to upload their events, especially if it's public facing or like awarding ceremonies, what do you call that, festivals, or state of the city address, or those facts, because they contain knowledge that might be useful in the near future. And if not properly documented on Wikimedia Commons, because they already know that in the Philippines, as long as Wikipedia exists, Wikicommons will also be there. So it's like a free repository. It's just that they have to release the rights. So it's a good complementary project, and we encourage other women to do the same if you have.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? All right.
Ok.
I've got you.
Yo quisiera preguntar cómo funciona más o menos Wikiportrait, porque no lo conocía, y que a nivel regional nosotros tenemos mucha producción, pero no sé cómo sería la conexión.
Titi is asking how Wikiportraits works, how a local group can join the campaign, the project.
So we do a couple things. One is you can go to the wikiportraits.org/volunteer and just fill out the form. Oftentimes, most people who are joining is not an affiliate level. It's mostly just photographers, most of whom are not Wikipedians. So they learn about it because they saw it on Reddit, they see it on Instagram, they meet another photographers. And the thing that we do well is that we can help people get credentials for different events by giving them a letter that explains what Wikiportraits is. We have all of these photos. We've been to the Nobel Prizes. And usually we can do a letter for as long as someone has a decent track record on Commons. So in some cases, photographers are already Commons photographers and we just get them a letter. In other cases, they're totally new and we're like, you have to upload like 30 to 50 photos on Commons so that we can say that you are a legit photographer. And then the other thing that there are a couple of other things that we do, which is we sometimes provide these cards when we're not out of the cards. We have our printing machine with the Wikiportraits logos and stuff here. So if you are a active Commons photographer, we can probably help you. And then in some limited cases, if someone's a very active photographer, but they don't have quite the right equipment, we will try to find ways to get you better equipment. Sometimes it's getting used cameras from other photographers who don't need them as well. Sometimes it's like just getting you a better lens, so a faster lens, especially for sports. Sometimes we actually have a donation from one of my friends just for equipment for Africa. So we've sent cameras to Ghana. We're going to send some to Benin, and then hopefully Cote d'Ivoire in the next round. And then we have a very active group of WhatsApp chats. I think so many WhatsApp chats, like maybe like 30 or 40. So it's like in Espanol, and then there's one in French, and then there's one if you like sports. So for sports, we have Wiki Sportraits, so that's very much a sports thing. Actually, so we also have one for the Pope, which is Wiki Popetraits, which is just the Pope. And then we have, help. So sometimes people need help because someone is mean to them on Commons. They're like lots of reversion words, which I'm sure you guys have seen. So we'll come to their defense sometimes. And then often just like tech help. And then there's a group of people who are building software. It's very cute. So I would say in our chats, we have 350 people, but I would say like 200 photographers are active in some way or another. And in many cases, our best photographers are like, they know what they want to shoot and they like go and like ask me for the letter. I like work with them on the letter, and then they just like go. So a lot of things in there's a guy in Peru that's very active. There is someone in Australia that's very active. So we are on we're on 6 of 7 continents. Still working in Antarctica. I'm like, we're gonna make that happen. And we've had pretty good luck. I would say Oscars, we've gotten no's, Met Gala, which is a very fancy thing in New York, and then F1. Those are the 3 white whales that we haven't been able to get credentialed for. Was that okay in English? You can say, do you need to translate? I felt. Oh, sorry. Oh my God. It was okay? She has a translation. Oh, thank God. And I have brochures if people need. Bum. Yes, good. Okay.
Are there other questions?
That's good. I feel good.
I just want to say, because I forgot, that there will be a Visible Wiki Women meetup on Saturday at I think 1:30 p.m. So everybody's welcome. If you are curious, if you want to speak with me to learn more, please come to the meetup. Thank you.
Ta-da. All right, thank you. All right, we are next moving to our unconference. So this is your turn. What should we be talking about? I am not actually sure who signed up to be the session lead. I'm just going to go back to the program. There we go. Okay. Oh, nobody has signed up to be the session lead. Oh, so am I the session lead then? Okay, very good. We're all doing what we can today. Okay, so who would like to step up and discuss the ideas that we gathered this morning, or wants to expand on these topics? Would you rather, since there's fewer of us this afternoon, would it be more comfortable to discuss this in small groups and then step up and report? How does that sound? Yeah? All right. So how about, in terms of schedule, we're a little bit behind, so we're going to compress a bit because we need to be out of here by 7 p.m. sharp. And I'm sure everyone is pretty tired by now. But how about we make groups of 5 to 10 folks, and we spend 20 minutes discussing, and then report. Just find your people. Square. Yeah, feel free to move the chairs. We only needed to leave them that way until the first break. So just, it's all good. That's just giving
Okay, everyone is tired, and we're going to skip the unconference and go to.
I think we're doing it shorter.
Oh, shorter. Okay,
shorter.
We'll go short, and then we're going to go to the close.
Yes, just talk about everything that you need to talk to, right? While people are still a little bit in the room, and then we go to a close.
How much time you want to give it?
I think 20 minutes.
20.
Yeah, this is.
Okay, we're going to give it maybe 20 minutes, and after that, we'll go to the closing session. We know you're tired.
I think as exemplified by just how many people left.
That's okay.
And I told them, do you know that only 7% of admins are women, so maybe we need to think inviting more women. And it went like a red balloon. It's like I publicly farted, you know. Oh yes, and on another one. So it's good to be for this, but I don't know how we invite white people to have this program. How do we get and I tried to change, and there were very strict rules when we can use the email. And I tried to push to get it necessary. For example, in our dictionary, these rules for blog. Email blogger will be bullish. Anyway, well, to cut long story short, I wrote my application. I can still, because there was a confirmation where people come and tell if I can keep my flag in the United System 2007, and most of them said that I should, and it was my fault because I
Everyone, I hope you had some really good discussions. We've got some more time for discussions afterwards. We have no. What? It's super. I mean, there's also not many people left. So we just need to have some closing remarks from the one and only women committee organization of Merci.
To all of you who have stayed to the end, thank you very much. It's been a very long day that came after a very long journey to get you all here. So from all of us, we have a big thank you to you. We are your leads of the core core operating team? Organizing team, there you go. So you can see we have kind of a short agenda, what we want to go through. Let's talk about staying in touch after Wiki Women Summit. There is a Telegram group that I hope you've seen enough information about in some emails and such, but if you haven't, there's notes that are taped on the wall about the Telegram group for attendees. That's one way you can stay in touch. The other is to register through the
the other one is to register on the event page on Meta so that we can continue to discuss, converse, and connect over there after the summit.
If you need links to any of those, just ask us on Telegram or on email, and we'd be glad to send you the links. I know you've received tons of information, so don't be bashful. If you don't know how to find something, just ask. We'd be glad to get it to you. Next, we want to announce what's happening on Thursday. The 5th session of Wiki Women Summit happens on Thursday. It is the annual Wiki Women Lunch. It's been going on since Wikimania 2007. That was the first one. They didn't call it Wiki Women Lunch. They called it Wiki Chicks Lunch. They gave themselves a name. That's what they called themselves. There were 12 women at the 2007 Wiki Chicks Lunch X Wikimania. Let's see how many women we're going to get to fill the room. It's back in here. So you're going to grab your lunch, come in here. There's going to be a keynote by a woman who was back in 2007 at the first one. Her name is Florence. She's French. She's from France. She does a whole lot of stuff in the movement, including she was the board chair of the Wikimedia Foundation Board of Trustees at one time, but continues to do so much in our movement. So come to that. You hear her keynote, and there is a special guest speaker. You may know that we have a new CEO of the Wikimedia Foundation. Her name is Bernadette. She's coming. She wants to say hello to you. She has a very short speech, and then mostly she wants to listen to you. She wants to hear what people have to say, mingle with you at lunch, and she's hopeful you're going to walk up and introduce yourself to her so that she gets to meet more of you. Okay, that's the lunch. Next is Vange and the pledge.
Okay, so since the slides are not ready, can I ask everyone to please stand again? I promise this is just a 3-paragraph pledge. It's very short, and you can raise your hands and follow after me. Okay, no, it's okay. I can. Yeah. So we, the Wikiwomen, Global Wikiwomen, sorry. We, the Global Wikiwomen, commit to a community rooted in inclusivity, respect, and support. We pledge our talents, time, and perspectives to advance our shared goals and those of the Wikimedia movement. We will mentor and uplift our fellow Wikiwomen, creating a volunteer environment. Everyone feels valued. We commit to making the Wikiwomen Summit at Wikimania an enduring global tradition and establishing Wikiwomen lunches in our local communities. Next. Yeah. Oh, there's one more. There's one more. There's one more paragraph. Yeah. This is the last. Sorry. Okay. Together, together we will inspire others.
Inspire others
to join us in building a stronger,
in building a stronger,
more resilient Wikiwomen community.
More resilient Wikiwomen community.
With lasting impact.
With lasting impact.
Thank you so much. We love you all.
Last year we had the same talk, and I was in Nairobi doing the same, and it worked. After coming to Ukraine, we organized, I have helped to facilitate the first ever Wikiwomen lunch in Kiev on the Wiki conference. So this thing works.
It's magical, right? And I made it short this time, so.
Thank you for that. Next. You see this QR code over here. This was created, this will take you to a survey. I haven't seen the survey, but I think this is a survey of what do you think about how this year's Wikiwomen Summit went? So at your free time, please fill out that survey. That will give us some information about the future. And with that, we end on a note of the swag is in the back. If you haven't picked out a piece of swag, please take a moment to do so before we leave. And then let's leave and say goodbye, but we will see you tomorrow and the next day and the next day all over Wikimania. Any other words?
I think that if you still want to stay together tonight, we have various options that you can find in the Telegram group. The first is a visit to a gallery, which is a 40 minutes ride, but I will let you, Rosie, speak about that. The second is that we can meet outside at 7 o'clock, and we go to food court Boom Boom La Villette, which is 4 minutes just outside. We grab something to eat, and then we go outside in the park together. We sit down and have a picnic, basically. So there's another option. It's an event at a gallery Rosie posted the link in the Telegram group. Yes, she knows nothing. I can repost the link, but I think it's a registration link. It's a 30 to 40 minute ride with the metro, and it's an art gallery. So maybe, yeah. So if you want to go. We are not organizing a pack of persons that are going. And here, if you want to stay here in the vicinity, we can have a picnic from 7 o'clock to 9 o'clock, and then that's it. So would some people like to come to the picnic?
Raise your hands.
Raise your hands. Levez la main. You don't know. Well, anyway, 7 o'clock outside of La Cité des Sciences at the entrance, then we go to food court, then we find a place outside to sit. Has anyone else got another idea that they would like to be? We have small children, and for the tired moms, it's more practical to sit on the grass and let them stroll around. That's why a picnic seemed a good solution. Thank you ever so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, everybody.
And we can also, let's give another round of applause, because I don't think you know how much work went into organizing this. To the organizing committee, woo! Thank you for bringing us together. And see you next year. Have a good Wikimania, everyone. And just one last thing, if you still have your translation headset, I think I've grabbed all of the ones that I saw, but please put it back in the box. And if you see like paper cups or anything that needs to go in the trash, let's be nice and put them in the trash cans at the entrance. Thank you so much.
Moi, je m'occupe que de la partie technique son. Je peux pas vous dire parce que je sais pas du tout gérer ça. Je vais leur remonter à la vidéo. Et je vais
we take a picture with the sign, Wiki Women? Let's do that. The whole day, like, we were so busy, right? Is it possible to turn on the light?
We're gonna go for
Hi. Do you want to take our picture with the Wiki Women's sign? Yeah. Can you take a picture of me and then get a look at my picture?
Okay, just with the
See how it is.
Okay, perfect. Smile.
Oh, cool.
Can
I do it too?
To get choice here.
Oh, wonderful. Yeah, it's very dark here.
Yeah. Yeah, so just.
I will take your badge, so
Yeah,
sure.
good. Okay, yeah.
Permission.
Is it a bit like me?
Can you come? We'll take
Yeah,
a
yeah, yeah, let's go together. Someone left a charger here.
What is it?
The charger.
Not mine.
Yeah, but I don't know. Should I take it?
I think we should put it here. And
Okay.
somebody will take it.
Should I post in the group?
Yes, we can take a picture.
Okay. Yeah. Here's my phone as well.
Okay.
One each time and then.
Okay, okay, great.
It's already dark.
Yeah.
Yeah. But it's okay. Maybe you can do more like zoom in so that we don't have a lot of stuff.
Yes, oops, sorry, I make copy. I make mistake, sorry.
It's okay. Just a long press.
Then press, okay,
And then
the reverse. No, the
reverse.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, right, okay, just okay, I think let's go. Okay, like okay, this will be good. Smile. Okay, number one. Smile again. Perfect.
Okay,
So
now
good. And
another
then I will
camera.
take review.
Super.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Perfect.
We can't do it.
Right, if you make up let's set it like this, not too much. Okay, something to take that. Okay, it's very good. Smile.
Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, it's fun. Yeah, okay, perfect.
Merci beaucoup.
So,
Are you going to some event?
there is a picnic.
Oh, it was at set.
Says that exactly.
Well, maybe we can do a bit more. Okay, so let's see if somebody goes to this gallery. But maybe I'll just also join the picnic.
How do you read this list that you say?
Which list? Okay, so settings, folders, chat folders, create new folder, say folder name, Wikimania. And then add chats here. So basically this attendee, this, they will all be in one folder so you can not miss them. It's very easy to track them. Also, Wiki Women Summit probably different. Yeah, and then, okay. And then save. And that's it, yes. Back. And now you see it, you can move it. Reorder, yes. Long press, reorder, and you put it like, kind of move it. Back. Maybe just after all.
Oh,
No, save. So you can just like.
Yeah. Oh.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know that can be done.
But did you do all the folders so they
No,
created automatically?
I don't have.
Because in Ukraine, because we have so many news channels that you need to monitor, like air alarms, like siren. I have special, like when there are missiles, I just have like 10, 15. So I see in this, okay, there's siren, air alarm, missile, or drone, but I don't want to see that in my normal thing.
Yeah, in Israel, we all on WhatsApp and look. So I did this.
Okay.
Everything is archived at work.
Yes, everything here is also I archive it, but when I need to see.
From work. Ever since
That's cool.
Address
Ah. Et ben voilà, là tu dois entendre Suzy, enfin en tout cas tu dois voir modulé dans la thème, logiquement ça sort. Donc, tu dois le voir à peu près, les deux signaux, vu qu'en fait je t'envoie deux signaux moi. Paf, ouais, enfin non, ouais, c'est le micro de la tête, l'entrée, il y aura la sono, tout rentre ici, toute ma chaîne à moi rentre là. Paf.